I want to thank everybody for being here today at the November 9th, 2021 Board of County Commissioners meeting. If everybody would silent their devices, it'd be greatly appreciated. If everybody would rise for the invocation, and Commissioner Kitchen will be giving that to us today.
Lord, thank you for just the amazing day you've given us today. Thank you for the beautiful weather, letting us live in such a wonderful place. Lord, you let us live where other people come on vacation. And it's a great place to live, work, play, raise a family. And we just thank you for that comes each and every day. We thank you for the ability to gather as a community, to make decisions about our community, to hear everyone who lives here what they have to say about it. We pray that you would give us wisdom and discernment as we listen and be sensitive to all sides of all issues. Lord, we continue to lift up those to you and our family that are healing and hurting and dealing with personal issues, and we just pray that you be with them and give them strength that can only come from you. And Lord, as always, we lift up our men and women in uniform and our first responders that are always out there putting their lives on the line each and every day to protect us, to give us all the things we just thank you for. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. If everybody will stay standing, Commissioner Davis has a list of our veteran ladies that will be leading us in
And
the pledge.
happy Veterans Week, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your service this week especially. Joanne Hurst is a Lieutenant Colonel, retired 36-year Army veteran. Holy moly.
That's right.
She took a direct commission as an officer in 1985 and served on an Army humanitarian mission to Honduras and Guatemala. She also served in Germany and as an adult nurse practitioner case manager at the Walter Reed Army Hospital, retiring in 2011. Jane Mundus, retired Vietnam-era Navy MS-1 and photographer, besides serving as treasurer for the Female Veterans Network. She is president of Fleet Reserve Association and active in the American Legion. Eileen Mackrell is a retired Naval Intelligence Officer, commissioned in 1981. She served in a wide variety of positions at sea and overseas. In 2001, she was a Battle Group Intelligence Officer for Carrier Group 3, embarked in the aircraft carrier USS Carl Vinson, deployed to the North Arabian Sea. In that capacity, she took part in the nation's initial military response to the Islamist terror attacks of 9/11. She retired in 2011 as a Navy captain after 30 years of service. And as much as I love me some Army, go Navy.
So if everybody will face the flag.
And a shout out to all the Navy veterans in my family. So, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And again, let's give them one more round of applause for their service. Thank you, ladies. All right. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 9th day of November 2021. In attendance are Chairman Scott Carnahan, First Vice Chairman Ronald D. Kitchen Jr., Second Vice Chairman Ruthie Schlebach, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Holly Davis, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lund.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Approve the agenda. The only thing we have is a couple extra info items, which is B2 and T1. So I'll be looking for a motion.
For the consent agenda?
No, for the approval of the agenda.
Okay. I move to approve the agenda.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Slayball,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comments on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll close that. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Consent agenda. We want to take it in entirety, or we want to pull anything?
Sir, I'd like to pull B10 for discussion.
B10, okay? Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of B10.
I'll
Okay.
second it.
We got a motion, we got a second. Is there any public comments on the consent agenda? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. B10.
I just have a few questions, sir, if you will. I had talked about the interfacility transport in September, And I thought that we had talked about, Mr. Oliver had said we're gonna wait on the 911 system, but he actually said we're gonna wait on the emergency, the EMS being set up, because you didn't wanna bite off too much than we could chew. I'm just a little concerned about this. This is, again, making government a little bit bigger, and there are some private companies that are doing this quite well, the interfacility transports, and it's not always, yes, you'll get 100% of the invoice, but it's not necessarily always a profit. So I just wanted to discuss that a
Okay.
little bit and see what your thoughts are.
Okay, Mr. Oliver?
Yes, the way that the interfacility transports work other places, and Chief Stevens is in the audience too, is that in the ambulance business, you have up periods and down periods, and what you try to do is balance that out with any interfacility transports. What we didn't want to do was we wanted to get a better handle on EMS and emergency transports first before we do scheduled transports. The benefit of scheduled transports is you know you're guaranteed to get paid. That's the big difference. And we would recommend that the board keep that option open, you know, as it relates to the timing for possibly starting any of those. I'll leave that to Mr. Stevens. I will say, to date, everything has worked very well and our responses are very good. We're still putting together statistical reports, as I mentioned in an email to you all. I want to know what the wait times are at the hospitals, because obviously if we have an ambulance that waits a prolonged period of time at the hospital, they can't be on the road. That has not, to date, been a major problem. We've had a couple of cases, but I want to put out a report card that covers EMS, that covers the hospital wait times, and also the calls that we get for service that I call are unnecessary, that they don't transport. Unfortunately, there's some people out there that sometimes call EMS once a week, okay? And they're people we need to refer to get other resources within our community.
Okay, Chief Stevens, your thoughts?
So, the only thing that I want to bring to your attention is, you know, you can help offset the cost that the tax base is paid for EMS. Not saying that I want to do interfacility transports, not saying it's the ideal thing for us to do, running a 911 system and an interfacility transport service. However, if you go to like Marion County, they stopped doing interfacility transports. Hernando County only handles emergency interfacility transports. Right now, that is exactly what we're doing. We're only handling true emergency interfacility transports, and that means that the hospital calls, hey, we have this patient that may have a brain bleed, and they need to get to this specific hospital for an emergency surgery, and it's time sensitive, meaning we're running lights and sirens. So if it comes down to, it's a way that a lot of EMS organizations tend to supplement their funding and offset that tax subsidy that has to pay into the EMS services.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioners, for Mr. Chief Stevens?
I just have a comment. I would like to see us keep it for now until we see how it all shakes out. If it's too much for us down the road and we don't need the money, then, you know, then we can give it up. I think it'd be easier to give it up than it would be to not have it and then try to go get it. And as far as private providers, there's private providers for EMS. So,
Right.
you know, so my argument would be is it something that you think you can handle, not just that we'd make money on, but if we're not gonna do it at this time, I don't wanna overburden Chief Stevens with more stuff right now with what he's got on top of it. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, and I understand that. I just want you to be cognizant of the fact that this, we are doing 911, and I understand that, and I just feel like I don't want to make government bigger.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get into that and you're competing with the private sector, that's gonna be more equipment, more people, more everything, and more taxes.
Right. Well, and what we'll know over the next 6 months, as you guys know, we're getting into our peak season. So what we've deployed, I'd like to get through those peak seasons
Okay.
and then bring back information to you and say, yes or no, we can handle it. I mean, we're gonna do our best to make sure we meet the community's needs first and foremost.
Well, and I will follow your lead. This is your you know, like Commissioner Davis likes to say, your bailiwick, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to give you my concerns as a business owner also, you know, want to be,
And currently, we're, just so you know, we're working with MedFleet. They're currently in the county. They provide those interfacility
and
transports
they've
for
made an
us.
investment into our county. And
Correct.
I don't want to just get
And
rid
we
of it.
met with them last week.
Okay, oh, good, good. Okay, well, thank you.
Any
Thank
other
you.
comments? Thank
No,
you,
sir.
Chief.
Yes.
All right, with that, I'll be looking for a motion for B10.
I make a motion that we approve B10,
Okay,
please.
got a motion by Commissioner Slayball, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comments? Any public comments?
Good afternoon,
Welcome.
Commissioners. Sabrina Watson. You know I'm going to make some public comment. I know that earlier this morning there was comments about...
This is on B10.
It's on B10.
Okay.
Earlier this morning, there was comments about being fiscal conservatives and the fact that we have distrust with our government, and B10 is a clear example as to why we do once again. We're attempting to grow government, we're attempting to increase taxes, and by lumping in with all the other Bs, we're attempting to once again deceive the public. MedFleet was here for the EMS originally, and they weren't even talked to before that deal happened. And we have MedFleet available for this once again, but we're going to talk about balancing money rather than what's really good for the citizens of our county. There are private providers available for lots of things in this county, but we just seem to keep adding to the tax rolls and adding to the government. And we have 43 open employee positions currently that I just saw on the website. So where does it end, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
Is there any other comments? Seeing none, Commissioners? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. C, proclamations.
Move approval of items C1 through C4, Mr.
Motion by
Chairman.
Commissioner Kitchen,
Second.
second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comments on proclamations? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0, and I will see everybody down front.
Guess we did those, we put them on C.
Will the individuals representing the Friends of the 4-H Award come forward, please?
How are you? How are you? Good, good. Now, how are you, sir? I'm good, Scott. How are you, sir? How are you doing? Good, good to see y'all. Come on up. Yes, yes, I haven't seen you in a while. Come on up, right here.
Those are the ladies on the,
I'll let y'all hold that.
those are the ladies, green ladies.
You ready?
Ron, you're invisible. Is that like design? All right.
The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida proclamation Friends of the 4-H Award. Whereas the Citrus County 4-H Foundation has been awarded the Friend of 4-H Award by the University of Florida Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences Extension. The award recognizes the services of these individuals who are volunteers, business, and community leaders to the 4-H Youth Development Program, which have been supporting youth in Citrus County for over 30 years. And whereas the core value of 4-H are to develop citizenship, leadership, responsibility, and life skills in young people through experimental learning programs. To support these programs annually, the Citrus County 4-H Foundation plans and produces the Citrus County Stampede Rodeo to benefit the 4-H program. Proceeds support youth programs and 4-H clubs, school and enrichment programs, workshops, and summer day and residential camps. Additional funds raised by the 4-H Foundation members support scholarship for the 4-H alumni to pursue post-secondary education at university, colleges, and trade schools. Whereas the Citrus County 4-H Foundation recognizes the value of positive youth development and their commitment not only improves the lives of the participating youth, but also benefits the community while furthering the excellence of the local 4-H youth development program. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does recognize the Citrus County 4-H Foundation Friends of the 4-H Award and recognize the service of those individuals to the 4-H Youth Development Program, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Commissioners, I am very proud to stand here with these people today. They are amazing 4-H volunteers and have been for over 25 years, because that is what we are celebrating, that the programs that they have organized and delivered have brought back funding to our 4-H program, and that funding has allowed over $100,000 in scholarships for youth right here in our community to go on to college, technical school, and to make their lives better, and to come back here and give back to our community again. So, congratulations.
For those individuals representing Power Plant Worker Appreciation Day, come forward, please.
Come on up, Dean, you're the lobby. Whoa, I'm just kidding. Dina. All right, sir. Good to see you. How are you? How you doing? Good. All right, there you go. Yes, I'll move. All right, come on, guys.
That one's Carl. Oh, yeah.
Ready?
We have our bathrooms in just a little bit, or out, that's perfect. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Good. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida Proclamation Power Plant Worker Appreciation Day. Whereas November 1st is designed as Power Plant Worker Appreciation Day in recognition of the men and women who generate the electricity we all depend on. And whereas these workers power our lives and deserve recognition and should know how much we respect, value, and appreciate them for reliable providing one of the life's essential services 24 hours a day, and whereas these workers give back to local communities where they live and work by volunteering their time and talent and providing financial contribution to nonprofits, and whereas the Citrus County home to Duke Energy Citrus Combined Cycle Station and Crystal River Coal Fire Units 4 and 5, which combined generate enough energy to serve more than 2.5 million homes. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida is hereby designate November 1st, 2021 as Power Plant Worker Appreciation Day in Citrus County, Florida, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
So on behalf of all of us power plant workers, we want to say thank you for recognizing us. I feel like I've got one of the best jobs in the world. I get to work with some of the most incredibly awesome, talented people. And it's been a great partnership with Duke Energy and the power plant workers with Citrus County, and it's a real blessing to be here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
For those individuals representing National Farm City Week, come forward, please.
All right, Scott, how are you all?
All right, come on up.
Miss
Come on up
Ruthie.
here, get your picture taken.
Hi. So good to see you.
How are you all? Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
All right, Ron, you can't hide in this one.
I know I got it. It's about you. That's not bad.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida Proclamation National Farm City Week. Whereas American farmers and ranchers help feed the world by producing a bounty of nutritious food. To do this, they rely upon essential partnership with the urban and suburban communities to supply, sell, and deliver finished products across the country and across the globe, as they contribute to the health and well-being of our country and to the strength of our economy. And whereas during National Farm City Week, we recognize the importance of this cooperative network. Agriculture employs more than 2 million workers, including farmers, ranchers, shippers, processors, marketers, retailers, truck drivers, inspectors, and others who annually contribute annual impact of $127 billion to the Florida's economy. As they perform their daily work, farmers and ranchers preserve freshwater recharge areas, wildlife habitat, and green space. Consumers help farm families maintain their superior natural resources, conservation practices by purchasing Florida agriculture products. And whereas the Farm City Week activities celebrate the mutual beneficial relationship that supports quality life we all enjoy. This week, as I gather with family and friends around the Thanksgiving table, we count these relationships among our many blessings. We commend the many Floridians whose hard work and ingenuity provides us with food abundance and reflect the true spirit of our state and nation. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby proclaim November 17th to the 24th, 2021 as National Farm City Week in Citrus County and encourages citizens in rural and urban areas to acknowledge all of these who working together produce and supply our community and nation with abundance of agricultural products. Signed by all 5 county commissioners.
If I could, I'd like to say just a couple of comments. Our organization is the Hernando Citrus County. It's a double county organization that occurs several times in the state of Florida. We represent 143,000 farm families in the state of Florida. We are for all agriculture. We're for dairy. We're for citrus. We're for everything that you can think of that has to do with agriculture. We have a very strong presence in Tallahassee. We actually bought a building there a couple of years ago, and I'm proud to say I've been a Farm Bureau member for over 55 years. And my father and my father-in-law, I think between the three of us, I think we got well over 100 years in the organization. So anyway, I would welcome anybody here that has any interest in, first of all, eating 3 times a day, which most of us do. That's pretty important. If you don't think so, just skip a day and see what happens. And the other thing is, we're a local organization. We try to give back to the community through 4-H and FFA and the university system in Gainesville. And I would welcome anyone here that has any interest in agriculture at all to become a member of our organization. We have over 3,000 members in Hernando and Citrus together, and it makes me happy to know that agriculture is still well and alive, not just in Hernando Citrus and our state, but across our nation. And I think as a state and a nation, I think we can do it better than anybody else. I'm pretty proud of that. Thank you all very much.
For those individuals representing National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, come forward, please. Read it? Go ahead, read it. Okay, good. No, we can't. No, we can't. No, wait, we got one more after this. Yes, sir. We got one more after this. One more after this. Thank you. All right, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. Whereas on January 25th, 2021, members of the Mid-Florida Homeless Coalition Continuum of Care identified 155 households with 221 people in Citrus County who were literally homeless. And the Citrus County Public School System reported 2020-2021 school year, 638 students experienced homelessness based on the Department of Education homeless definition. And whereas the purpose of the proclamation is to educate the public about many reasons people are hungry and homeless, including the storage of affordable housing in Citrus County for very low income residents, and to encourage support for homeless assistance service providers, food pantries, as well as community service opportunities for students and school services organizations. And whereas there are many organizations committed to housing, sheltering, providing support service as well as meals and food supplies to the homeless and hungry, including Mid-Florida Homeless Coalition, the Bridge for Veterans Incorporated, Catholic Churches, DOSP, Citrus County Abuse Shelter Association Incorporated, Community Food Bank of Citrus County, Early Learning Coalition of Nature Coast, Family Resource Center, Jericho Road Ministries, Lifestream Behavior Center, Health System, LSF Health System, the Pregnancy and Family Life Center, the Salvation Army, Society of St. Vincent de Paul District, Hernando Citrus County District Council Incorporated, St. Vincent de Paul Cares, Stephen L. Tista II Esquire, United Way of Hernando County, Youth and Family Alternatives Incorporated, Beginning Youth Shelters, and many others. And now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby recognize November 13th to the 21st, 2021 as National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week in Citrus County, Florida, and we call the observance to the attention of our citizens, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
This is that time once a year when we get to roast the chairman. You may not realize it's been a fast year, but today is Commissioner Carhan's last day as our chairman. And in case you don't realize this is a very tough job. I am actually only 28 years old. And I didn't look like this when I started here. But I just want to say this was Commissioner Carhan's second go-around as chairman. He did an excellent job the first time. He did a better job the second time. And faced with many challenges, but I can tell you what the chairman means to us is that it's important when we come in here each time to have a steady hand at the helm, to have somebody that steers the ship and keeps us on course. And no matter how volatile the topics have been, there's never a day that I've walked in here that I didn't think that the chairman had a hand on the meeting and it was going to run the way it was supposed to. So everything else aside, that mainly is what I look for in the chairman. So I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of your colleagues, there's a little memento of your year as chairman with us. So.
Well, one thing I can say, I greatly appreciated to be the chair. But again, I'm just one commissioner, just running a meeting. Everybody has the same responsibility, and again, without them, you know, I'm just sitting in the middle. So again, I want to thank my colleagues that I work with every single day. Think what they do, not only here at the county level, but also at the state level. We all work very hard together, and we try to do what's right for Citrus County. So thank you. All right, let's get to work. Thank you. Thank you. All right, now the fun time. All right, now we go to open to the public. If you'd like to come up and speak, please do so. If you have a letter on file, I'll give you 5 minutes. If not, you'll get 3 minutes. So welcome. Pat, how are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you. I guess I get 3 minutes.
I'll give you 5. Okay. I'll give you 5.
Okay.
Representing them?
Yes, I'm from We Care Food Pantry. I'm the Director of Community Relations. I'm just here to quickly run down a few things with you. Thank you for your service. And then I have a question for you. So part of the grant that we received from the Board of County Commissioners several months ago, we bought 55,000 cans of food for the county. to give away. We're doing about 143,000 pounds a month giving the food away. We're serving about 6,000 clients a month. On average, there's about 3,500 cars that go through our mobile pantries a month. We're doing about 18 mobile pantries a month throughout the county, so we pick different areas and we bring our truck, we advertise, and we give the food away. We service VFW in Inverness, the American Legion, and the Knights of Columbus. Monthly, we're doing about 24,000 pounds of food with them and about 700 clients. We don't keep track of the veterans, but I'm assuming that since those are veteran organizations, that probably the majority are veterans. We have a resource center down in Homosassa. We're serving about 30 new clients a month on Medicare and Medicaid and signing up about 20 a month for the SNAP program. We service and support Pastor Doug from CWOW and the Ishchata Baptist Church. Why I'm here is We Care currently has a facility for sale, and there's 3 reasons why we want to sell the facility. Number 1 is we want to be more centrally located in the county. We're looking to move towards Lecanto, somewhere out in that area. Number 2, we would like to form a thrift shop and grow our business, model. And number 3, we want the proceeds that we get back from the building and the facility. That's going to go back into the county. So the reason I'm here is because I know that there's a building on 44 that's owned by the county, and I know that there were some talks with you all several months ago about what you're going to do with your county buildings across the street from Dan's Clam Stand. And I know now, I guess, apparently the Nature Coast EMS building, I believe the county owns, will come up to do something with. What I'm here to ask you all is there any buildings that you are looking to lease or do anything that we maybe could go into a partnership and get that building once we sell our other building? So I wanted to put it out there. I didn't know if you'd have to talk about it or, but that's why I'm here.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please. Welcome.
My name is Victor Huntley, and forgive me, I'm not a good public speaker.
You're fine, sir. Take your time.
All right. I'm here to talk about the continued road flooding out in the mini farms area. I believe I sent an email to all of you, and you might still have it. If not, I left a copy with the young lady here, and I just realized I missed a 0 on the 12 hours equals 2 part. The road flooding has not gone down. It's just not. And if it wasn't for neighbors helping neighbors, people wouldn't be able to get out of there. So, I mean, it's an actual health issue, it's a safety issue, it's a well-being issue. In March of this year, I had to call EMS to come out, and it took them 28 minutes to get to my house. I was diagnosed with pneumonia, I had a temperature of 107, my O2 stats were in the lower 80s, and if they'd gotten there any later, I was told that I might not be here today. My mom just returned back home from knee surgery, so she's in a bad way, and they need EMS services. I'm not here to ask and expect you guys to remove every single drop of water out there in the mini farms. But something has to be done to get those roads passable for people to get in and out of there, get their services, get EMS, fire safety, etc. I cannot find, you guys declared a state of emergency here in the county. I cannot find an executive order on the governor's website. I cannot find anything with FEMA regarding that declaration. I'm just curious why you guys have not tapped into state and federal resources to do something instead of nothing. At that point, I'd like to hear back from the board as to, what their thoughts are on my proposals, what their thoughts are moving forward, etc.
Okay, thank you. What we do, let everybody speak, then we'll answer after everybody's
I
done.
appreciate that very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheena Gullett. I'm here to talk to you today about an animal control officer, an incident that happened on the 13th of November. My girlfriend and my service dog were walking down the street on Rainbow, and they were attacked by 2 pit bulls. This fight went on for quite a while. My girlfriend is 5'9", weighs 180 pounds. At the end of this fight, that went approximately 125 feet, that was witnessed by at least 4 neighbors. These dogs were totally out of control. They attacked my girlfriend. They attacked my service dog. Now it's in question whether my service dog at 18 months will have a career or not. She is a nervous wreck. You don't have to have your throat torn out to have the effects of a pit bull attack. These 2 pit bulls, so animal control came out, Officer Gallant, and he told me that,
Sorry, my fault.
this is very important.
I'm
Go
sorry.
right ahead.
He
Go
told
ahead.
me that the dogs would not be taken, that if a finger was missing or an arm was missing, that the dog still more than likely would not be taken into quarantine. These people did not show any vaccination records. The animal control officer left. I talked to him later, and he said, if your dog is mauled multiple times and then killed, those dogs still may not be considered dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got people in my neighborhood, little old ladies that weigh 80 pounds, that walk their Yorkies. They are carrying claw hammers. The gentleman told me that there are no laws for him to do anything unless the animal is being abused. So what about me? I've lived here almost 30 years. This is my home. And what's going on here? My vet told me there were 3 attacks. There was a terrible attack in Liberty Park where the lady was attacked and 2 dogs, I believe one was killed. And these people didn't do anything, nothing. And he said, you don't tell me how to do my job. Well, I'm going to tell you something. Mr. Kennard, I spoke to you about this. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody needs to tell this man how to do his job. He is a police officer, and he's supposed to have judgment. And he can make a judgment call when something's dangerous. They moved the dogs several blocks away. The dogs came back just recently. But if there was another dog attack at that address, it would count as 1 attack. This is the 3rd we know of. And these animals, I'm not asking they be destroyed, but they should have been taken in with no vet records. I've requested the vet records. They said they'd pay the vet bills. They're playing games, and now I have to sue them. I'm on disability, and I have to sue these people. I asked them what the fine was. They had a choice, pay a fine or pay my vet bills. I asked him what the fine was. He said $80. I said, a dog? And he said, well, no, it's up to our discretion. Probably just 1. We don't want to make it hard on them. I'm shaking. My girlfriend is having nightmares. I don't know if my dog that I've trained for 18 months with all my heart, that helps me with my seizures, is going to be able to work. If there are no laws on the books to do something about this, this has to change.
Okay, you need to, your 3 minutes is up. So if
I'm sorry.
That's fine. No, you're fine. Just go
This
ahead and
is-
wrap it up.
Yeah, well, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
But somebody needs to do something about this officer and the way the people are treated.
Yes, ma'am.
This isn't right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Uh-huh. Next speaker, please. Ma'am?
Where they go?
Hello, my name is Anna Conley, and I was the person that was walking her dog. Now, this attack came out of a person's yard. We were on the opposite side of the street. I had my dog on a short leash, or her dog on a short leash. And these 2 pit bulls come running out of the yard, which was supposed to have well, they said it had a electronic fence. Well, the dogs pushed their ways right through it and attacked us, and it went on for over 20 yards. We wound up 20 yards down the street trying to fight these 2 dogs off. Now, I think that if you have a bull, you turn around and you put it in the right pen. You don't just put a wire up and expect the wire to keep a bull from charging somebody. You build a pen for the bull so it can be handled. Now, putting a pit bull behind a wire that they're going to push through does not make anybody safe. What's going to happen when these pit bulls turn around and attack a child that's walking their ma's dog? What are you going to do? you have to have some kind of law on record that these dogs have to be controlled. If everybody's walking around with claw hammers, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. There has to be a law for people to control their dogs. Not just as long as they stay in the yard, they're safe. Because when those pit bulls decide to come, they're gonna come. Believe me. After I got done helping my dog fight these dogs off, they had me by the pants, they had me in the middle of the street. When the lady finally came out after 3 minutes, 4 minutes to get her dogs, I collapsed. I collapsed in the middle of the street. I thought I was gonna have a heart attack. I'm 65 years old. And I never experienced such violent attack ever in my life. And I think that the city should make a law that people have to keep their dogs behind a fence or on a leash while they're being walked. That's not asking the wrong thing. It's not asking too much. But it's for the safety of the community. This problem has become not just a personal problem, but a problem for our community, where people, normal people, are walking around with weapons just to keep safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm fine. I am the first person.
I need your name.
My name is Beverly Reardon,
Thank you.
all right? And I live across the street. The people's house is here, and I live across the street this way. One afternoon, this lady was walking a beautiful little collie, okay? The next thing we know, we hear all this screaming. The two pit bulls come out of the fence again, before, this is the first time, okay? And everybody is screaming. My granddaughter's yelling at the lady, get in the back of my pickup truck. Now I live across this is their backyard, this is my front yard. My truck is in the driveway. She's yelling, my granddaughter's yelling at her, get in the back of grandma's truck. She got in the truck. And where was the dogs? They were at the back of my bumper, trying to get in the truck where this dog and lady was. And then I'm screaming, I run in their backyard, yelling, nobody comes out. There's cars in the yard, everything, nobody comes out. My granddaughter goes and gets her cell phone and calls a friend down the street that happens to have their phone number. Go tell those people that their dogs are in our yard, and after this lady and collie. And then come to find out, somebody had turned the electric fence off. The other day, they're saying that with all the rain and the water and everything, that the fence was laying in water and it shorted out. So that's how they got out this time. But they're back. And now I have a little 6-year-old great-grandson. He won't come to my house. Because the dogs, every time he would go, they'd run up to the fence and just bark and growl. And he recently got bit by an American bulldog on his face in his neighborhood. So now that's my problem. I'm worried about these dogs. These people don't care. I said, you gotta put a fence, not an electric fence. And we did not see no collars on either dog. When she got out in the street, by luck, she was outside. She come, got the dogs, had them in a chokehold, got back in her yard, and one slipped out and it went right back. It didn't pay no attention to her. So somebody's got to do some kind of law that said that if you're going to have that type of dog, you got to have a fence, or you make sure that fence works. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Labriola, Inverness. Earlier this year, dozens of residents came before you to protest LGBT propaganda displays in the Citrus County libraries during the month of June. In response, you all stated that there shouldn't be any ideological displays in the libraries going forward. But a few days later, Library Director Eric Head gave a defiant interview to the Citrus County Chronicle, defending the LGBT displays and signifying that he would keep it up. When a neighbor and I showed up at a meeting of the Library Advisory Board last month to ask for clarification, we were disrespected, insulted, and physically attacked after the meeting when one Library Advisory Board member grabbed my phone and threw it on the floor, simply because she didn't like the question. The incident was captured on my cell phone camera and corroborated by another Advisory Board member who provided you all with an eyewitness account of what happened. But instead of disciplining the offending board member, who I was told is also a county employee, Eric had falsely accused our side of being the aggressor and apparently reported us to the sheriff's office. This is reminiscent of how the Biden Justice Department is labeling concerned conservative citizens who attend school board meetings to protest transgender policies and indoctrination and other leftist ideologies as domestic terrorists. The state of Virginia just went through a historic upset election that was largely framed around this very issue. There is a growing movement of parents and citizens who have had enough of LGBT tyranny, and elected officials and administrators who choose to ignore this reality will do so at their peril. In addition to trying to intimidate conservatives who dare to speak up, I believe Eric Head deliberately smeared our side in order to prejudice commissioners against me, since my application to become a member of the Library Advisory Board is up for consideration today. Nevertheless, I hope that you put his attempted character assassination aside and fairly evaluate my qualifications, which you have before you. Apart from being an avid patron of the libraries for many years, both as a professional journalist and as a former teacher and tutor, I intend to help ensure that the libraries focus on their primary mission of promoting reading and literacy and providing vital information to the public, not advocating for various left-wing agendas and ideologies that are harmful to children. Thank you.
How you doing?
How's it going? My
Good.
name is Dr. Paul John Reinhardt. I think I know most of you, if not all of you, and I want to say hello again. I guess we're going to twist again like we did last summer. So, but I want to reiterate this. Any sexual preference references should not be presented in a public library. It opens the door to a public facility allowing all ages to be exposed to sexual preference topics. I don't think it's a good idea to cater any particular group in regards to sexuality when we support the institution on our tax bill. It's a slippery slope. An LGBTQ flag in a library was displayed for gay pride. Then you open the door for a Nazi flag, for Nazi pride and Nazi books, and a Confederate flag for Confederate pride. And in the northern states, they had the North American Men-Boy Love Association trying to have displays as well. The county government has to be careful. This topic has nothing to do with the popularity of Mr. Eric Head. It has to do with matters permitted in a public building supported by tax dollars. Cases were filed in the past by atheists objecting to manger scenes and the Ten Commandments in public buildings, including libraries. Private venues rented for gay pride events like the Crystal River Mall are permissible. The county is open to a lawsuit now by other groups. I remember Joe Redner took the county up to the U.S. Supreme Court, costing our taxpayers a fortune. I don't want preferences on taxpayer money that supports the library buildings. When I ran for state representative, I was told that LGBTQ community wants to be treated like everyone else, not preferences. I only want federal, state, and county flags displayed on governmental buildings. These issues usually spur on lawsuits. Mr. Labriola has the right to see his tax dollars are not used for preferences. A protected class has to do with preventing discrimination in a workplace or accommodations in housing or hotels, not preferences of displays in a tax-supported building. This is an important issue for every American. Soldiers died to see everyone is treated equally, not preferred. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is William Daze. First, I want to say, as a retired Navy captain, 30 years in the military,
Thank you for your
I
service.
appreciate your service, because I know how difficult it is to try and balance everything. And as a sailor, I know you try and plan everything, but it's the ocean that decides what you have to do, and you have to be flexible. For my youth, including my time at the Naval Academy, libraries were always really important to me. They were a sign of refuge, including on the ship, and I don't think any library should be a difficult place to go, and it should be a safe environment. You know, it should be free from controversy. It's safe for everybody, especially kids. It's not a place for agendas or individual board members to push what they want. It appalls me at some of the things that Eric Head did. I mean, if he wants to really push his agenda, he should be in politics. He shouldn't be advisory board on the library. There's been a lot of comment, especially when he told the press that he was happy that people were angry because that was his job. I didn't think that was his job. So I request, ladies and gentlemen, that you consider John as a positive consideration for a member of your advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you. How are you?
Good, how are y'all?
Good.
I'd like to say hello to all the commissioners. It's the first time I've ever had a chance to meet you guys, and thank you, Mr. Kitchen, for the wonderful prayer to open it up. Thank you for your dedicated service. I'm here today to express my taxpayer opinion about ideological group displays being allowed in Citrus County libraries. First of all, let me say I'm a Christian.
Need your name.
Oh, John Collins.
Okay, John, thank you.
Sorry. First of all, let me say that I'm a Christian. I stand strong on my beliefs and my religion. I do not expect to be allowed to force my beliefs on others in this community, especially in taxpayer-supported buildings. These taxpayer-supported buildings should always be a neutral zone and safe from any ideological theories or groups that force their beliefs, politics, or lifestyles on others using Citrus County libraries. It is my opinion that if the library is going to continue to allow these ideological groups to set up displays in our libraries, that there will soon be other ideological groups that may spread lies, hate, fear, and division that will be demanding the same privileges. How will you say no to these groups and yes to others? This practice where ideological groups are being allowed to set up their displays should set off alarms that Citrus County is being set up for future lawsuits by groups that are told they are not allowed to have their ideological displays in our libraries. In closing, I would like to say that when I think of a library, I think of a safe, quiet place where I can go, relax, enjoy, read a good book, look up information, check out a book or a DVD, take it home. Not a place where I walk in and I'm immediately faced with a display stating that what I believe is wrong or what I believe is not accepted because of an ideologically display that goes against everything I have been taught and believe. The rights of Citrus County taxpayers are being trampled here, folks. I thank you all again, and it is my prayer that you will take this concerning matter seriously and protect the citizens of Citrus County. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Alexander Ramsay. Commissioner Kinnard, we spoke on the phone about a month ago regarding internet services in your district. So I'm coming to the board to talk about that for a minute. I work from home as a pharmacy technician, and actually right now I'm unable to because there's no high-speed internet in the area. FCC guidelines, 25 up, 10 down. In the area. So I've been doing everything I can as a single citizen. I've reached out to all the different companies I can, and as far as I got is Spectrum quoting me $64,000 to run high-speed internet out there, which I can't do by myself, obviously. So I was coming to you guys to talk to you guys about that issue. All the other things in the area, whether that be satellite, there is actually, like, CenturyLink's the only other wired internet in the area, and like I said, it's not high enough speed to be able to, for myself, work from home, or even for leisure activities, watching movies, streaming, what have you. So I was wondering if we could try and figure something out, getting something run out there. I sent an email to you guys, so all the numbers are in that email, references to the build out number and any other information that I put in there, but that's what I was asking you guys about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello again. I feel like looking at you guys like I went to visit my son the other day, and he opened the door, and I said, "Your favorite mother is here," and he said, "Where is she?" Well, I just wanted to say that I am the neighbor of Don, and it was sad what happened, and I think that Mr. Head could have clarified this.
I need to get your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mary Cedar.
Thank you.
And forgive me for announcing it again, but I have a speech problem because of operation.
You're fine.
Thank you. So anyway, he could have clarified this a whole lot by simply answering John's question. He went there and he just wanted to talk to them. That's all he wanted to do. I went there, and like I'm talking to you, I talked to him. And Mr. Head wrote a very not nice thing about me in an email, which to me, what they are doing is they are deflecting from the issue. The issue at stake is children should not be given sex messages in the public library. And then instead, they shifted the issue to John and I to make us look like we're some kind of wacky, far extreme people. And we're not. We just talk to them like we're talking to you. So I wanted to say one last thing. He could have clarified this if he would have just said, okay, we won't do that anymore. But he didn't give the answer, and John just asked him respectfully for an answer. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, John Gattone. Just wanted to address almost the same issues about the library displays. Was here for the July Commissioners meeting, and
What was your name?
John Gattone.
Okay, thank you.
And I think Mr. Kitchen and Mr. Kennard agreed that there should be no displays at all for this ideologically, displays for LGBTQ. If so, we would have Christian displays also. So maybe we can look into that and rectify that problem because, I mean, your word's to be trusted, so that's what we expected for the better life for our grandchildren. Do we want Citrus to, same thing happened to the 15-year-old girl, who happened to be attacked, in Virginia. We came to this meeting to stop this perverted ideology. The library board needs to have a fair and balance of board members to make good choices for our young children. I have grandchildren, and I wouldn't take them in there to see these displays. I just wouldn't. We are the people, and we're not going away until things are satisfied. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
My name is Elaine Clyde. I am the member of the Library Advisory Board that supported John Labriola's complaint about being lied against. He actually was lied against. He was very respectful in his address to the board, and I was really appalled to see him assaulted, quite frankly, by an old woman. It was very odd. I joined the library board because I love quiet. It's not what I got. The first day on the job, I was sworn in with a bunch of reporters wanting New York Times in the library, an electronic version, which obviously is invasive to people's privacy, and then they can target individuals by groups. Speaking of groups, I'll move on to the posters. I don't think there should be any posters. I really don't. It's a library. We should have books. I mean, would you agree? I really, really think that you should strongly consider John Labriola's application. I think he's a strong supporter, a defender of what's right and good, and justify, you know, seriously, I can't believe he was wronged in such a fashion. And to address the police for something as a conversation was just outrageous. I don't think that anybody should have even, I don't think they really even needed to email you, quite frankly. It's too bad that it came this far. But I wanted to come down here and give my personal support for John and let you know that he was indeed very noble in his cause, and he was very respectful. He was the one that was assaulted. His application is absolutely a good application to consider. And as far as repercussions for Eric Head and the person that assaulted him, I'll just leave that in God's hands, and hopefully you will all make the right judgment call. And I want to thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
God bless you all.
Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Lori Pettingill. I too am here to support John. John, I haven't known John very long, but I've talked to him a lot. He's a thinker. I think he brought to attention something that was important to be brought to attention in this community. We just saw such beautiful groups come up and get recognition for their projects, for 4-H, for all these things. And this is just such a great little tight community. And we believe in wholeness and just wholesomeness. And we don't need to have an agenda, a propaganda agenda thrown into the mix. We really, really don't. I thought it was very interesting when I first came here, and the first thing that you did was acknowledge military, because we have 1 week of military, acknowledgement, and we have 1 month of LGBTQ acknowledgement. And I was like, wow, this is a crazy country we live in, and let's keep this area safe and wonderful.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Well, I'm new to the area. I've been here about 2 years. And of course, shortly after I moved here, we all get locked down. So I had a lot of time to do some research and stuff. And I was just about to give that to you. Tracy Anchman.
Thank you, Tracy.
And, one of the things I found out was what was going on at the library. And I moved here from the West Coast, basically. So there's a lot of stuff that goes out in California. People inviting dress-up people into the libraries, into the story hours of preschoolers and such. So, but my take on all of this, and just knowing that and then hearing what was kind of happening here before it ever potentially escalated to that point, I want to draw everybody's attention to the fact that we've got nearly 1 million children a year that go missing in this country. And due to the missing children and the human trafficking, and Florida's huge for this. This is one of the big states for that. For every time that we introduce our little children, our small children, to any kind of sexual content, we are desensitizing them to not recognize a predator, recognize the danger. Now, I'm 60 years old and I don't have any grandkids. I sure wish I did, though. But I know I would protect those kids to the nth degree. And when we walk in and we start seeing these kind of things and the books, okay, the parents across this country right now, their children are being exposed to very sexually explicit material in the high schools and the junior high schools. And if that material is in our public libraries, I myself want it completely removed. I don't want that material available to our children, okay? No children, even 18-year-olds, should not be exposed to that material. They can get that material after they graduate and become adults, and then they can go and get that, but it should never be in our public libraries in their ability to reach it. If there's adult sexual material, then maybe that should be behind locked doors instead of just available on an open book shelf to where kids can reach it. Do you know what I mean? Kids are kids. They can get to those areas because the librarians can't watch them all times, okay? So my suggestion and my request is if there is sexually nearly pornographic material in these books that were presented to the high school students across this country, showing them how to do things that nobody should be shown at that age, please remove them from the
Thank you.
libraries.
Thank you.
You need that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ann Ayub, and my husband and I moved to Florida to the Villages 13 years ago. For my life's work, I was a teacher for 40 years, and I taught many, many children. I have one son, and he is married 13 years, and he and Michelle have 6 children under 13. The latest one is 2 months old. My son is a graduate of the Merchant Marine Academy in Kings Point, New York, and he worked for the Coast Guard for 14 years. I came here because I'm appalled at the mentality that has grown in our country to ever consider poisoning the minds of our children by promoting such extreme leftist ideologies. Parents have stepped forward and expressed their concerns about the displays in the libraries, and the commissioners supported them. We, as parents and grandparents, want to see an end to these extreme leftist ideologies and an end of all efforts to destroy the lives of our children for bad decisions that could and would destroy their lives because they were exposed to such propaganda such as homosexuality and transgender choices. After reading about the conduct of Eric Head, I believe that he should be fired for his blatant disregard of the commissioners, for the way he treated the citizens who dared to voice their concerns at a public meeting. That's what America is all about. We come to meetings to be heard and to listen to, not to be disrespected the way he disrespected the people who went to that meeting, John especially. I'm so glad that I never had to deal with these atrocious liberal conduct that when I was teaching, and that the innocent children would never be subjected to these blatant disregard for our Christian principles, to live our lives and to raise our children, our precious gifts, and these beautiful 6 grandchildren that I have. My son is a Roman Catholic. I'm a Roman Catholic. I was born into a Roman Catholic family. I've been a Catholic my whole life. And we want to raise our children according to Christian principles and to the 10 Commandments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Welcome.
Well, thank you. How you doing? My name is Jonathan Huntley. I'd like to talk about the road conditions of the standing water on West Adirondack. I don't think you guys really missed it, or maybe you have, or maybe you didn't, but I'd like a little more thought into what's going to be done about this road. I've lived in Citrus County for about 20 years. We moved up here from Pinellas County. It's beautiful up here. We love everything about it, but this road's never flooded like this before. So something happened between now and then. We've had a lot of water, but we all do notice that on 495, there is a drainage ditch that hasn't been maintained. We don't know who's supposed to maintain it. if it's the city or the county or what have you. But it's obvious, pretty obvious, there's a hump in the drainage ditch where it will not allow the water to discharge from all of the properties north of it. North of it, to drain south. And the road is not just a little underwater, we're talking 4 or 5 feet deep. And I'm kind of an avid fisherman, me and my brother fish. I've asked a buddy of mine to pull our boat out on Adirondack, and it's too deep for his 4-wheel drive. So either he's got to get a bigger 4-wheel drive, or we're stuck not fishing. So one other thing is, I don't know if y'all own vacant property or what have you, but I don't know how you'd feel about somebody or neighbors just driving across your vacant land. And that's what the citizens back there are having to do to get around this water standing. Number two, another neighbor has opened up his property, and what it boils down to is EMS they do not know how to get back in there. So if we had to call 911, fire, anybody, they would not know how to get back into where all the people are that live back there. And I would just like to reiterate that this was mentioned before. I just like to bring it back up again, and I think something needs to be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Donna Romo, how are you doing? I didn't plan on coming here, that's why I'm a mess, but I'm glad I did. I don't think it's anyone's business what people do sexually, relationship-wise, behind closed doors. But to show it to children, to introduce it to children, I don't know if that's moral or if it's even legal. And my second thought is the dog attacks that happened in this neighborhood. That's a very good argument to create an animal task force that I asked you to do several months ago. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, you've already spoken. You can't come back up again. Thank you. Thank you. No, sir, you can't come again. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am here also
I need your name.
I'm sorry. I thought Cindy Shackley.
Okay.
I'm here to speak about the LGBT policy for Citrus County. I would like to express my concern about the LGBT display throughout the month of June for Gay Pride Month. I believe the library is an inappropriate place where children are exposed to an ideology of homosexuality and transgender. If our schools are not allowed to promote this propaganda to minors, then the library should not be allowed to promote it either. I understand that on October 26th, at the meeting of the Library Advisory Board, one of the board members, Elaine Clyde's account was not included. Even though she was present, it appears there is some division on the board. Why? Why at the public meeting on October 26, where Mr. John Labrioli and Ms. Mary Cedars' questions and concerns about the LGBT were ignored? Why again? Why did the county administrator Randy Oliver not interview all the members who were present at that October 16th meeting, who saw what happened before Randy Oliver directed Mr. Head to contact the sheriff's office? Why are they trying to smear Mr. Labrioli? Is it because they wanted to prevent him from speaking at public meetings? Or is his recent application for Library Advisory Board the reason? I think I would like to endorse, I've known John for a period of time. He is on, I first met him at the Salt and Light Faith Committee, and I think he should be given proper consideration for the position. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Sheckley, and I have a couple of comments also about the library issue. I was able to read through several emails from the Library Advisory Board and citizens. And there were lots of going back and forth, but at the end of the emails, and this was in the July 13th meeting, there was a directive which said basically no ideological displays would be allowed going forward. And I'm just here right now to support that directive. I'm not sure what the answer is because several people have talked about that, and I don't believe we really know what's going on. A recent display I found was very offensive to my Christian values, and I'm sure I'm not alone. It would be also offensive to other people. So I appreciate your consideration on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Sabrina Watson. I also want to talk about the LGBTQ situation at the library. There has been a massive amount of mudslinging and back and forth, things that have happened with regard to that. And I don't think the Citrus Chronicle has made that any better with the stuff that Mike Wright just started in the last few days. But at any rate, I took it upon myself to reach out to Eric Head and to go discuss this with him. And I found that he was quite easy to discuss it with, so I'd like some people to know a little bit about that conversation. And this is what he said. This is what was determined in our conversation. He will no longer put sexually explicit or suggestive LGBTQ materials or displays in the lobby. He understands that that is a place where children come and go, just like in a checkout stand in a grocery store or in children's areas. Some books are being reviewed by the library and possibly recategorized and moved to adult areas. Books that have sexually suggestive or explicit or partially nude covers will no longer be filed. They will be filed on shelves and not displayed in a manner that allows the cover to be visible in the young adult area. I think people forget sometimes that books like Harry Potter and Twilight are in those young adult areas. And while I feel the same way religiously as everybody else here does, or as many of these people do, our libraries cannot be a place where people can demand to have every book they want removed. Otherwise, the only thing that's going to be in that library, I'm not even sure what would be there when we were done, because I can give you a list right now of all the books I'd like removed and the people that I don't think should be there. But that would also take away the ability for people to study lots of things, not just those things. So at any rate, I just wanted people to know that Eric Head has made an effort to assure me anyway, I don't know that that's been out publicly, that those displays will no longer be in the lobby. And that those book covers will no longer be displayed in the young adult section. While they may still be filed, they won't be visible for young adults to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
First of all, we have to say good afternoon to the folks. We are very good that you are inviting us for this.
I need your name.
I'm Miss Castellar, Nonila Castellar. This is my husband, Neftali Castellar. And we got a letter from your office. I don't know what's this.
Angela Vic. There's a letter
from Angela Vick, something to do with the property who lives in the Pine Ridge Village at the back, close to that Diamond Storage, something like that. And then there is a vacant lot on the left side, and I wonder what they will do with that, because at the moment, that place, the village is really very good.
That hearing will be after the public comments.
After?
So you'll be able to come up and speak to that hearing here. It'll be next.
Oh, okay. Then. Thank you so much, then.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak?
One more.
Thank you.
No, thank you all, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Chris. I'm new to the Florida area. I like to call myself a refugee from New York.
Chris, last name?
Fitz, F-I-T-T-S.
Thank you.
And I'm also here to say just a couple of words about the LGBT in the libraries. You know, I've known John since I've gotten down here. I think he's a fantastic candidate for the commission. I'd love to, you know, just support him all the way for that. But at the same time, you know, I mean, no one wants to say you can't display certain things, but at the same time, you can't display certain things. You know, and it's not necessarily that we're trying to ban or block one community from participating with the rest, but at the same time, when I was growing up, the most provocative thing that we had in the library was Judy Blume's Forever, you know, and that was certainly not on par with what we're seeing around the country right now, you know. And I think it's a little bit of a misnomer or misunderstanding when people represent trying to keep the libraries clean and safe with banning and blocking voices or communities from participating. So that's really about it. I don't think any of the LGBT should be displayed, whether it's nude, half nude, or even just the book on worms. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Anybody else? Going once, twice? All right, we're gonna go ahead and close the public portion. Commissioner Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's certainly been an interesting day as we continue on. Let me just start kind of in an order, because it seems like the bulk of the speakers were about the library, so I'll save that for end. The two things, first of all, about the food bank, congratulations on doing so well. My opinion is the county's trying to get out of the lease business. So, you know, that'll be a surprise to me if the county's looking to lease more buildings out for $1, but that'll be up for the board to decide. The road flooding issue, I think, doesn't help. You don't help my attention by holding signs up. The road flooding issue, we will, I thought we discussed it. There's really nothing we can do about it. I mean, you can't pump it because there's no place to pump it to.
Please keep your comments down. We've already given you time to speak, so let us speak, please. Either keep it down or I'm going to remove you. Simple as that. Thank you.
So, as I was saying, we tend to become uncivil with each other over many reasons, which we'll talk about more, but a lot of it comes down to disagreement. I've found that sometimes if you agree with people, they think you're a great person, and if you disagree with them, you're the devil, you know. So we need to find some open discussion area in here, and that's why we have the rules here that we have, that the chairman so effectively enforces, and that is we treat everybody with respect and dignity, and we expect folks here to behave the same way. So, Mr. Oliver, can you tell me what the situation is on the dog attacks? The last I've heard, it was against the law in Citrus County for people to be attacked by pit bulls. Has that changed?
Against the law in Citrus County. The county has a leash law.
Yeah.
And to be fenced, Ms. Peckham, Laura Peckham, who's in charge of the sheriff's animal control, researched the issue and responded to this lady and explained the situation. And they're going to do some education with their people. But they're saying that their current record system doesn't do a great job of tying stuff together, and they're going to try with their new 911 system and record system to make that better and stronger. But it's totally a sheriff's function. The laws are clearly on the books.
So my recommendation would be, from what you've heard today, call the sheriff, keep calling the sheriff, and continue calling the sheriff until the situation is rectified, because we can pass every law that we want, but it must be enforced, and that law is out there. I, for one, will throw out my own personal opinion. It says if I was walking my dog and that happened, I know how I would deal with it, and I'll just leave that up to you. Okay?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, so anyway, let's go into the high-speed internet. We can talk about that later on. I think some of the folks from FAC and the Small County Coalition may discuss that later on, because I know they're working a lot about getting high-speed internet to smaller counties. And I'm probably going to miss some folks, and I know my colleagues will address those. So let's see here. Let's jump right into the library issue. So first of all, there's a little bit of discrepancy. And so let's talk about the nuance of government, or the lack of government, and how sometimes people think there's too much government and people think there's not enough government. So, we are a collegial body. I can sit up here and say, Mr. Oliver, I'd like to see that happen. Means nothing. Okay? We have to have at least 3 of the 5 commissioners up here vote to give direction. And I think if you go back and look at the record, you had commissioners up here express their opinions about this issue, and that's what you're remembering, okay? But we didn't take an official vote. We did not say, Mr. Oliver, make this happen, okay? Now, I'll tell you, this can be handled one of 2 ways, and that is, it sounds like Mr. Head is, from what the last speaker said, is moving in the direction that he heard what our concerns were, because I'll tell you, I remember clearly what I said, and that was, we shouldn't be promoting any lifestyle. Okay, if we're going to support one, you need to support them all, and I think my fellow commissioners said we don't want to support them all, therefore we shouldn't be doing that. In my mind, it gets all bent out of shape because, and both sides are guilty of this, but what we've come down to is if you disagree with somebody, you start hemming and hawing and yelling things from the audience and calling people names, and already I've heard that in Virginia, if you voted for the new governor, you're a racist, and it goes on. It never comes down to, well, you have your opinion and I have mine. It comes down to that you're bad. And obviously I have to be good if you're bad, and that's what it comes down to. I don't think that's it. I think everybody here wants the community's interests. So here's what I'm going to say. My opinion stays the same, and that is we're not banning anything. This goes back to the New York Times. If you want to see the media divide a community, because that's what we're all about today, folks. If you want to control a population, divide them. Okay? Divide them and scare them, and that's what we're dealing with today, okay? So, if you want to divide a community, have the media get into it and start saying, oh, the county commissioners are going to ban the New York Times, and that's what they said. And we never said that. All we said is we're not going to pay for the online edition when we already have the print copy there. But that didn't keep worldwide people from England and everybody else sending us hate mail telling us, how rotten we were. And guess what? Because we're ignorant Trump voter conservatives that, shop at Walmart, and we're all those nasty, unintellectual people because we don't see it their way. And that's what it comes down to. So I'm just here to say that when you walk into a library, you should be able to go in, you should say, where's the Bible? And they say, over there. And where's the section on alternative lifestyles or lifestyles? They're over there. And people go and read what they want to read. I am not advocating taking anything out of the library, but I don't think you should walk in and have somebody stick something in your face and say, here's what we're promoting this week, which is clearly what we're doing. Now, let's be clear about this. The way this works, and I might be setting myself up for big trouble down the road here, but this is the way it works, is that it's not on the agenda today. So we can't vote, okay, and hold a vote and say, Mr. Oliver, this is what we want to have done. So we can do this one of 2 ways, and we can say, as a board, Mr. Oliver, you've heard what we had to say in the past. Do you think you can get with Mr. Head and you can work this out to everybody's satisfaction? And that could happen. Or I could put it on the agenda for the next meeting to have a vote and give direction. And what we're going to end up with is a massive crowd that the media is just going to salivate over, and it's going to divide our community even more. Okay, and I don't think we want to go that route because you're going to have people on this side saying this and people on this side saying that, and all we're trying to get to is to say, let libraries be about reading books. That's what I think I've heard the majority of people say. I've said it before, Mr. Chair. I might have a difference of opinion, but I'm not going to trample on people and call other people names because they have a different opinion than me. But I would expect the same from them, and that hasn't happened. I can tell you this, that what's happened on this issue before has been where if you say something that people disagree with. So here's the other thing I want to say. There was, I'm sure you're aware of this, there was a person that got up at a school board meeting, I believe it was in South Florida, and started reading a book. And the school board threw him out of the meeting and called him out of order and said he was talking filthy. And it was pointed out that he was reading a book from their very own library, right? Everybody follow that story? And then they said, oh, well, we didn't know that was in the library. We better look into it. But it didn't keep them from shutting that person down from talking because they thought he was talking filth, but it was the same book that was in their school library, okay? So kudos to the citizens for pointing out to the educators what was in their library. I don't expect us to go through every book and agree to it, but we have to realize there's 2 sides to this. The other thing is there can't be a double standard. I heard up here today, my fellow commissioners say about a board we have, the PDC, if we treat people that way, they shouldn't be on that board. okay? I would have held, every one of our boards are held to the same standard, okay? If we have members appointed to this board that have assaulted people, okay, and we only hear one side of the story, I would expect to hear both sides of the story and let people come to their own defense. And I can tell you, I plan to nominate, it probably has a 0 chance of passing, but I plan to nominate Mr. John Abrioli for that position. It'll probably go down in flames, but it's not going to keep me from nominating him because I think it's good. We heard one member from that board today say, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I'm on that board, okay? We never heard that side of it. Today was the first I heard that side of it. So with that said, let's all be nice as we go through this process. I have a feeling that Mr. Head and Mr. Oliver can get together. They can work this out. We can get to the point where I think what I'm hearing is when I walk into the public library with my kids and grandkids, I don't want them hit in the face with this. You know, if I want to take them back and show them where it's at, that's up to me as a parent. I don't think that's a whole lot to ask, but unless we get a consensus of the board to ask staff move in that direction, nothing's going to change, folks. So either we have to do that or we have to have an official vote. Adults are different than kids, no lie, okay? I think adults should have access to whatever they want to have access to, but parents should have a say over what's presented to their kids. That's what the election in Virginia was about. Okay, so no books banned. Adults are different than kids. We hold all of our members accountable, and we have to give clear direction to the administrator if we expect anything to change. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. With that, I'm going to jump out real quick because I know that the flooding. Adirondack is a private road. We cannot use public dollars on a private road. I was out there yesterday, and I've been monitoring the situation, seen the gas can floating about halfway through. But again, Adirondack, now, we have taken over EMS, and we do have the vehicles to get in there if there's an emergency. So we do have the vehicles to get in there, and if there is an emergency and we are called, we will respond and we will help those in emergency. But Adirondack's a private road. We cannot use public dollars for a private road. So that's kind of where we're at there. All right, so with that, I'm going to go ahead. I think Mr. Head, it sounds like to me Mr. Head has taken a good position and he's moving in the right direction. I agree 100%. Things shouldn't be displayed and you shouldn't force things on to people. So with that being said, and I agree with Commissioner Kitchen, we have not taken a vote, a policy vote to do that. But again, I think Mr. Head's moving in the right direction. When it comes to leases, I don't have any plans on leasing any buildings, and the building he's talking about, we use all the time anyway for sandbags and things, so we need that building, to run operations out of there, so I don't look to sell that. So with that, Commissioner Slabaugh.
Chair, did you want to address the state of emergency or?
In the state of emergency, here's what we did. We declared a state of emergency in the county, okay? That gives you the ability to apply for small SBA loans, okay, if you have any kind of damage to your home. The state hasn't declared an emergency, and they haven't put any counties on it, okay? That just gives you, the citizen, the ability to apply for SBA loans. So with that being said, that's where we are there.
Let me do one correction to that, if I may. Y'all did the state of emergency at the recommendation of the 911 director. What her intent was and is, I don't know what the status of it is today, I do about a week or two ago. She was going to apply, it's clearly not an eligible FEMA event.
Right.
Okay, so there's no money that's coming from FEMA. They were going to try to work through the Small Business Administration for loans.
Right.
To help people. They were having trouble with the state declaring an emergency because they wanted to know what date did the emergency occur. Well, obviously, this was a series of getting 60 inches of rain over a period of several months. So there wasn't a specific date. I've not heard from them whether they have that declaration from the state, but the state has to do a declaration through the Florida Department of Emergency Management up to the federal government, then the federal government through the SBA has to acknowledge that and agree, and at that point then that loan program becomes viable. It required that there be, I think it was 30 or 40 houses, I don't remember, that had basically
I think it was
40 more than 2 feet of water in them.
Right.
And it had to be in the house.
Commissioner Davis, anything?
Oh, wait.
Oh, Commissioner Slabaugh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, thank you. Do we have laws in place about the pit bull?
Yeah.
Okay, because that isn't a leash law thing, because they said they didn't even have collars on. That's rushing a wire fence, and you need collars for the wire fence to work. But, so that, I would like a little bit more information on that situation, that case. I'll come back to that. We're working on the high-speed internet.
Yeah, I'll touch base with that in a second. Yeah, I forgot about that.
And the library situation, there's many things. I've said this before. As a parent, parents are responsible for their children. I didn't let my little kindergartners or first graders, and I had 2 little girls that I had to keep track of, and I was there with them. I didn't let them roam free with the library. I appreciate Miss Watson going to the library. I would hope that every one of you, and I don't even know how many of there are would actually go and visit and make an appointment and speak with Mr. Head. I don't know if any of you have done that. It sounds like he's making some concessions. I think that there should be, those displays should be away from the children's corner. I think it should be away from the lobby. But the school libraries and the public libraries are 2 different animals. And I want people to be able to go and do research on, if they have to research the Old Testament, New Testament, have to go want to look at the Quran, Jehovah's Witness, all different things to get a full knowledge of what they want to research. I am a library person. I've been a library person since I was a very little girl, and I love books, and I think we're on a slippery slope. Now, that being said, I appreciate everybody's opinion, and you're wanting to protect our children, but we also have to put that responsibility to the parents. It's not this board's job to parent somebody, and I know the librarians don't want children just running free through there. That being said, I'm thankful for your applications, Mr. John. I do not know you. I do know Sabrina. I've known her since she's moved here. We've worked very closely in the aviation field, so it is nothing personal, but this is a relationship, and I know her child, and I would be recommending her, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
But thank you for your
Commissioner
opinion,
Davis.
and thank you for wanting to volunteer.
Commissioner Davis.
Okay, sounds like we have the high speed covered, the dog attack was awful, it sounds like that's being handled, that's just appalling. Adirondack is a private road. I would also say that even if it were a public road, those closed basins, my understanding, are going to continue to refill from the aquifer. Oh, sorry. Thank you for that. I was wondering why it was so quiet. Good news, Mr. Crippen, and I'm really glad to hear that you're expanding. Okay, library. Number one, I would say that at least one of the speakers referred to national materials that are going a little too far, pornographic type things. We don't have those here, and they're not ever going to be here. So let's try to keep the discussion to what we have going on in this county. Several referred to libraries should be quote-unquote safe. I've made this joke before. When you're learning something, it is typically not anything that's terribly comfortable. So libraries are often not quote-unquote safe places. It's you're expanding your mind and learning new things, and that's one of the roles of the library. The Eric Head quote about making people angry is doing his job. The full quote, which I've heard him say before, and I'm quite certain this is probably what he said, is that he has Democrats come in and yell at him for displaying only Republican materials, and then he has Republicans come in and yell at him for displaying only Democratic materials. And so he has to kind of laugh about that, because he says, well, then I'm doing my job because I'm balanced. I'm making both sides of any particular issue a little exercised on that. Ms. Watson, I thought what you did and what you said was brilliant. And this goes back exactly to why I believe all of us up here supported Eric Head as director when this subject has come up several times this year. He's a fifth-generation Citrus Countyan. He was raised in the library system. His mother was management in the library. He has a master's degree in library science. He's an all-around good dude, and he's really reasonable. And what he worked with, and that's exactly what I knew when all this came up. I said, well, I kind of doubt we got any seriously bad stuff in our libraries, but I know Eric, and I know that he will go and double-check everything. And he will make reasonable accommodations and rethink it, because we do care what you think about this. And he does care about what you think. So I'm really glad that you reached out to him, and that was a good move. I want to say one thing, though. Going back to the role of a library in our society. It is to open to all people, and it gives equal access to all people, including LGBTQ. And when a child is born different, and I know many of you will probably disagree with me on that, but I believe the stats are pretty clear, and they have one of the highest suicide rates specifically because they're different and they're shunned. And thankfully, over the decades, that has eased up quite a bit. But I want those materials that are reasonable, that are not pornographic, to be there for children who's, and by children I mean older children, to be able to seek out those answers and feel some peace in the world. I would say that, to quote scripture on this, because we can all look at things in the world that that our tax dollars pay for that we don't agree with. There's things that our tax dollars pay for that I don't agree with. But I would say render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. And taxes support our local library, which is a great gift to our 150,000 or so residents. No display can take away the godly example you set for your children in your home or church, but how you react to a display can. That's all I got.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, I'll say, reiterate what others have said. Congratulations to We Care Food Pantry on the expansion, but the only part of real estate business I want the county to be in is selling, getting rid of it.
Amen.
Let's see. What? Let's see here. Yes, that gentleman and I did speak about high-speed internet out the mini farms. Unfortunately, Randy did look into it and found out that unfortunately it's all private roads. So being able to do anything there from the county's perspective would be challenging, to say the least. But who knows, maybe we can get something done through the state, I don't know. Let's see here, and again, Eric Head has my unwavering support. He's absolutely fantastic as our library director. I have said in the past that my position is very similar to what Commissioner Kitchen outlined, is that we should have displays for all ways or alternative lifestyles, or none at all. That we don't need to be, I don't believe we need to be in the business of pulling materials from libraries. But if we're going to represent and promote one particular lifestyle, then I think others that have a different lifestyle are going to reasonably demand that they get same type of display. So hopefully that's something that that Randy and Eric can get together on and get it worked out, and we can move on from this.
And real quick, I'm going to wrap it up here. High-speed internet, Small County Coalition, Florida Association County. We are working at the state level. We're working at the national level to try to bring internet to these counties. I can promise you, It's a problem in Citrus County. Every small county is having a problem with it. Even Palm Beach County, you know, half of Palm Beach County is in the city and half of it's rural. And so we all struggle with it, and I promise you it's a huge push right now. And hopefully with this infrastructure bill that we're gonna have to pay for, that there's a lot of money in there for internet coming to counties that need it, so, thank you. With that, we're gonna go to our 1:30 public hearing. It's PV 21-05, Brendan McKenzie for Dryman Self-Storage Property LLC. Yeah, right, right. I figured we'd be done by now.
Oh, I knew it wasn't gonna be fast.
Library stuff, Yeah. All right, what we got here? All right, Ms. Katu.
Sorry about that, excuse me. This is an application for a plat vacation to vacate a portion of the platted utility easements lying in the Mottlewood Park Plaza replat. And I'd love to move down. I have to scroll down. All right, this is located on 491 and Mottlewood Drive. This is in the Pine Ridge and Beverly Hills area. And there's not much to see at the moment, but the applicant would like to put in some mini storage. And on this slide, I'm showing you the site plan for the mini storage. You can see in blue where the platted utility easements lie. That's a remnant from an older plat. They're not being used. So the Planning and Development Commission did review this on October 7th, 2021 and recommended approval.
Okay. With that, Brenda, you got anything? Madam Attorney? Need anything?
Public hearing.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Nope.
No?
Go ahead.
Yep.
There we go.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Brenda McKenzie, McKenzie Permitting and Consulting. And I'm here on behalf of Diamond Self Storage. And we've been working on this project for well over a year. The property was originally intended to be a shopping center, which cash and carry was going to be the anchor. It was proposed for like the late 70s, early 80s. And at that time, where the blue areas are highlighted, that's where they did a plat showing where the utilities would come in behind the shopping center, which is typical when you bring in a shopping center. Utilities would come in from the back and tie into the buildings. So when my client owns Diamond Storage, and that is the existing storage unit adjacent to that, they're at 100% capacity and turn people down every day. So they have purchased that property. They're also under contract for the remainder of the property on 491 next to the Walgreens. And so in order for us to move forward on this, which we've already received a conditional use and been approved for that, we had to vacate this. Vacating is a lot of fun. You have to send a letter out to every utility company, mosquito company. You have to send it out for ownership and encumbrance reports, and which takes months to get to the right person. And every utility company has sent back letters of no objection. The ownership and encumbrance reports have come back. And so we are here today to just requesting that these platted easements for those utilities that was platted for the shopping center, which would never materialize for the former owners from decades ago, please be vacated. I'd also like to add that the owners are a first-class operation. They have utilities in California, Oregon, Tampa, St. Petersburg, and that the Pine Ridge Homeowners Association, they've been hand in hand with them to be a good neighbor, and buffering is required and in place. And the Pine Ridge Homeowners Association also brought them in and gave them a plaque and gave them a Good Citizens Award for being a good citizen, bringing this in and being compatible and respectful to the people that butt up next to their project.
Thank you. All right, so with that, we're going to open up the public hearing. Is there anybody speak for or against? Would you like to come forward? Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, we are Mr. and Mrs. Castellar. My husband is Naphtali, and I am Nonila, we live right there, close to that property, vacant property, and we don't know what are they going to do with that. Our only request is to make that place a safe for the people who are lives in the Pine Ridge village to be safety. Because there are times, maybe 4 or 5 times already, that we have to call the sheriff because somebody is that vacant lot, which is property of our relatives, and we are living in the next lot. There are some building 5 times already that we call the sheriff because they are putting their tent there, camping there, and we don't even know what, but there are noises, they're so noisy there. Then so we have to call the sheriff. That is already 4 or 5 times that we have to call them, and they are polite. They just leave when the sheriff comes, and we also commend the sheriff because they are really very helpful to us. When we call them, they're right on there to help us and try to explain to those campers that is not a public place. It is a private property. And our most concern there is for our safety because you don't know who is there, who is occupying that space. So that's our very much concern there. And then if ever that empty property there, right on our property, the back, is empty there. We don't know what are they going to plan to build there, but our only request, if there is no commercial or any kind of chemical that will, destroy the property of those living in the Pine Ridge village, yeah.
We just want to make sure that we are safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty.
Because that diamond is also helpful because if we need something that we have to put, it's just very close to us. So, and we didn't have any kind of problem with them at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else to speak
Good day
for?
to the helpful of our commissioners.
Thank you.
group.
Is there anybody else to speak for or against? Anybody else to speak for or against? With that, we'll go ahead and close the public portion. Commissioners.
Well, I just had a question, just to clarify. Hadn't heard anything from staff. Is there anything to hear from staff, or is it just a straight vacation of this is their property, or it's not their property? It's an easement set aside for utilities that is not going to be needed, and they're asking for that easement to be vacated.
Summed it up perfectly. Yeah, it's already
Okay.
commercial zoned, already zoned for many warehouses, already have approval for that, and this is some easements that are in the way.
All right. Commissioners, what is your wishes?
Well, based on that wonderful report from staff, I would say, based on what we've heard, I would make a motion to approve and authorize the chairman to execute the resolution and the clerk to record the resolution for PV 21-05.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Kitchen. Second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. Commissioners, any other comments? All those in,
Just for the speakers, Mr. Chair, I think it's important for them to understand, this is not what we're doing today is not changing the land use. It's not approving anything that's not already approved. This is just going to allow them to use where the previous person was going to put the utility lines in. That's the only thing that's happening today.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. H2. Commissioner, this is something that we already heard. I think there was an advertisement issue, so we had to bring it back and do another public hearing. Is that correct? Ready? All right, so anyway, we're gonna go ahead and open up the public hearing. This is a septic tank phase-out facilities plan in Homosassa. So is there anybody here to speak for or against? Anybody here to speak for or against? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that public portion of it. Commissioners?
What, everybody's got a questioning look on their face. I want to make sure we're doing what we think we're doing.
No, I don't know that there was an error. I think it was just that you adopted this at a workshop and now you're having a public
No,
hearing.
there was
on
a-
it, but I-
No, there was an
There was
agenda
an
item
error.
in the
I could be
afternoon.
wrong.
Ken,
Yes.
could you explain?
I'm sorry.
We already.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion we approve and
There you go.
authorize Water Resources staff to submit the plan to Florida Department of Environmental Protection for further discussion.
All right.
Second.
And we got a second?
Yeah, you did already hear this. We, in an abundance of caution, re-advertised it, that's all.
That's right. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, thank you. All right, E1. E1 bids. Do we want to take them all as one, or do we want to, who want to?
Chair, move approval of E1, A, B, C, D.
Do H.
Through
H.
H.
Got it. Got a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Slayball. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
E4, approve and authorize chairman to execute equitable sharing agreement and certification for annual equitable sharing report.
E2. E2.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
skip 2 and 3.
You're right, I'm ahead of myself.
thinking we
E2,
should be.
A, approve budget transfers for utilities, aquatic services, and aquatic plant control grant for fiscal year 2020, 2021.
Okay.
B, approve budget transfers for the American Rescue Plan, State Housing Initiative Partnership, and gas tax for fiscal year 21, 22.
All right, Commissioners.
Move approval of E2,
Motion by
A
Commissioner
and B.
Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comments on E2? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close it. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E3.
Amend and authorize chairman to execute a resolution amending various grant budgets for the fiscal year 2021. These are monies we have not budgeted.
Okay.
B, adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution adopting the county COVID and aquatic plant control grant budgets for fiscal year 21, 22.
Okay. Commissioners?
Move approval of E3, A, and B.
Motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E3? Any public comments? Seeing none. Commissioners, all those in favor? Okay, Commissioner Slayball.
I guess this would be for Colleen, but page 392, I was just curious where it's distribution of funds to other organizations, other what is that? $419,172. Page 392. Oh. I mean, I know you're gonna have a great answer, I just wanna know what it is. I'm sorry, I didn't have an opportunity to ask you this yesterday.
419, isn't that the grant money we gave out to all those other agencies?
Is that what it is?
$419,172. I think that's what that is.
I thought that, it sounded,
I'm not sure, I'd have to look that up.
All right.
okay,
All right.
would you get back to me with that?
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E4.
Yes, this is approve the, and authorize chairman to sign the equitable share agreement and certification for the annual equitable share reporting. We've gotten the funds from the hospital. This is the document that allows us to pay those funds to the state, and then they'll go to Washington and multiply when they come back.
Chair,
Okay.
I move to,
Motion by Commissioner Slayball,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comments on E4?
Yes, sir, I didn't hear what the motion was.
to approve, thank you, sir, to approve and authorize the chairman to execute this,
Thank you.
E4.
All right, so we got a motion, got a second. Public comments? No public comments. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E5.
Yes, E5, and we would ask for approval of A, B, C, and D. This is for the electronics recycling firm on 44. Allows us to put sewer on this. We got a grant through HUD for this, and this gives us the necessary easements to do that work.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners?
Motion to approve item E5, A, B, C, and D.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Kennard,
Second.
second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comments on E5? A through D, E5. Seeing none, we'll close that. Commissioners, any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E6?
Yes, E6, we got an appraisal for the Fire Station 17 at 1030 West Fort Island Trail. The appraised value is $200,000. Ozella Water indicated that they wanted the property. I told them we'd sell it to them for $200,000, which was the appraised value. We recommend approval. The money, as noted on there, will go in to reduce the debt on the animal shelter.
Good. Commissioners?
I move to approve E6A through D.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Slayball.
A through E.
Motion by Commissioner Slayball.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comments on E6? Seeing none, we'll close that. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Kennard.
Randy, we got an appraisal for the 200,000.
Yes, sir.
Was this offered to the public, or this is,
No, since they're a nonprofit, we did not have to.
since they're a nonprofit, since, Ozella Water's a nonprofit?
That's correct.
So we can sell public property to them for,
The nonprofits you can.
okay, all right.
Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E7?
Yes, this is authorized chairman to accept Argonaut Insurance Company's security bond, and I won't read it, replacing another security bond and to be made part of the Advanced Disposal Service Solid Waste Southeast Waste Disposal Agreement dated August 24th, 2021.
Okay. Commissioners?
Chair, move approval of E7.
Motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, close that. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E8?
Yes, approve and authorize the chairman to execute a lease agreement between Citrus County, Florida Political Subdivision, State of Florida, and the United States of America for FY22 funding. I would note this is a market rate lease.
Okay.
Chair, I move to accept E8.
Motion by Commissioner Slayball.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E9?
Yes, this is something was considered at the last meeting. The attorney's office wanted to make sure that you all were aware of some conditions that they had in there that they're not going to change. That's DEO. And we would ask for your approval. Essentially, it's, if we want the money, we have to approve it.
Okay.
Chair, I move to accept E9.
Motion by Commissioner Slayball.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comments on E9? E9? Seeing those, Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. E10?
Yes, E10 is a memorandum of understanding. We had one for fire. As you are aware, we took over EMS, so we need a corresponding agreement for EMS. This authorizes the chairman to sign that agreement with the Sheriff's Department for dispatch services for October 1st, 2021 through September 30, 2022.
Okay.
Motion to approve item E10.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slayball. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. F, outstanding items.
Yes, F, outstanding items. We would ask that you remove 6, 10, and 12 from the list. As you know from an email that I sent to you all, well, I first sent an email to the realtor on the Pirates Cove property, made an offer. They sent me an email back, and they did not counter the initial offer and said they did not like the conditions. We didn't put any conditions on it, but I think they listened to the meeting. That's just my personal opinion, but they declined to counteroffer and declined the offer.
Okay. Commissioners?
Move approval of item F with the removal of items 6, 10, and 12.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Kitchen,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on outstanding items? Any public comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. G1,
Yes, G1 is to acknowledge receipt of the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award to the Board of County Commissioners from the Governmental Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada, and Colleen and Aaron and Barb deserve all the credit, and everybody in that office for this. This is an award that is primarily given to larger jurisdictions, to be fair, but they're percentage-wise, there's not that many that get this designation. This is the companion to the award that's given for budget presentation.
Well-
So I don't know how many years we've gotten that. Do you know? 10? How many? 15? 16. Okay, I can't
well,
hear.
one thing I want to say, congratulations, Colleen. You do a great job over there, you and your staff, and so I want to give you a round of applause. Commissioners, any other comments?
Yes, it's great to trust the numbers.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and can I say something?
Yes, absolutely.
I want to tell you how much I appreciate you teaching me. I know private sector accounting and learning government accounting is totally two different things, and thank you for your patience with me.
All right, G2.
Yes, G2, we provided meeting dates for, or suggested meeting dates for 2022, and we have factored in the FACT conference into this proposed schedule. I did find out, and I don't know the dates of that meeting, that 2 of you may be going to the National NACO conference. Don't know that date, but if we need to change it in the future, we can do that.
Well, thank you for reading my mind, because that's on my list to ask you about that.
I mentioned it to him.
Oh, thank you for reading my mind.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proposed 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting dates.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Kitchen,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Is
Oh,
NACO,
excuse me.
did we agree that NACO would be added to that list?
No, I think,
I need to find out the dates. I don't know the dates yet.
Once we find out the national dates, if it conflicts with ours, we would have enough warning
Yeah,
to
we
change the
can
date.
change it.
If we have three members, we can still move, correct? 3 board members sitting here, you gotta have 5.
No, you only need a majority by law.
right.
I try to get all 5 at every meeting if possible.
I understand, but I'm just, okay. But anyway, we got, like you said, we got plenty of time to look at that.
Yeah,
all
usually
right.
it's in June or July,
Yeah,
usually.
I don't know. G3,
We didn't vote in that, I interrupted you, I think.
yeah, we voted 5-0.
no, she stopped the vote
Okay, all
for
right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Uh,
G3,
Yes, G3, Cindy Scalehorn's here. She's our GIS guru. Cindy, by far and away, is the best GIS person I have ever worked with. She can make that thing sing. She has done the redistricting. As you know, we have 5 districts. The districts for the school board members and the county commission are the same. They have coterminous boundaries. Under redistricting, no district can differ from another district by more than 10% in population. Cindy was able to do it at about 8%, I think it was. And what we tried to do on this, and the supervisor elections was involved, I think we only split 1 precinct, which that also is phenomenal, to try to keep hers. And I think this has been just a seamless process, and everybody's worked together to do this. The school district, Cindy on part of county staff has led that effort, and the supervisor election, and there's some formal hoops we got to jump through, but what we're doing is, like the school board is, they're introducing it this week for you to look at, and then we have to go through a series of public steps to get public input, see if there are people that agree with us, and there's certain adoption of the boundaries that we have to do to meet the legal requirements. So I'll turn it over to Cindy.
Did you have the slides available for it? Just to show the proposed boundaries? Sure. So as you all are, I'm sure, are aware, after every census, we go through this exercise to try to make sure that all the districts are balanced in population as near as possible. And so for this time around, we found that District 3 was the one that was, had grown the most. It's just, the pattern of growth. And so we needed to move population out of District 3 and spread it around to some other districts, particularly District 4 and District 1. 2 and 5 were pretty much right on the mark as far as our target population. So we really were just trying to move population out of District 3 and into those 1 and 4.
Okay. Commissioner, any questions?
Do you need public input on the maps? I mean, because we've seen them, they look straightforward to me. I'm ready to make a motion to approve it.
I think it's just a matter of putting this out there to the public and making sure that if anyone wants to comment, they have the chance to comment.
Okay.
There'll be some formal comment periods, but if anybody has a comment, I would recommend that you receive that comment today.
Okay, commissioners.
Well, I would make a motion that, I think what you're looking for is that we approve the proposed new election districts.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Kitchen.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
This will come back to you after the public comment.
Right, okay. All right, to I, Advisory Board announcements, nominations, and appointments.
Yes, Beverly Hills Advisory Council accept with regret member resignations and announce expiration of terms. A, announce the terms of expiration of 2 regular member positions on the Beverly Hills Advisory Council. The current terms expire 1/31/22. The new terms will be for 2 years and expire 1/31/24. B, announced terms of membership available and the taking of application for those 2 regular member positions on the Beverly Hills Advisory Council. Again, the term will begin on 2/1/22 or the next scheduled Beverly Hills Advisory Council meeting and expire on January 31st, 2024.
Okay, commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I just have a question. Who is resigning?
I don't know.
Because it says on here, except with regret,
Yeah.
a member resignation. It doesn't list what member is resigning, so it's usually our policy to accept the resignation with regret, but we have no name attached to that, so, and I see somebody coming forward perhaps.
Mr. Brock, you got that?
He manages the Beverly Hills group.
So your chairperson, Mr. Ron Linton, is resigning. He's not going to renew.
Ron Linton?
Linton. Yes, sir.
Linton, okay. So, Mr. Chair, I would say that we accept with regret Mr. Ron Linton's
Okay.
resignation.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second by Commissioner Slayball. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. We'll get to Commissioner Davis when she comes back. I-2?
Yes, announce the terms of expiration for 3 regular members of the Citrus Springs Advisory Council. The current terms expire 1/31/22. The new terms will be for 2 years and expire 1/31/24. Be announced the terms of membership available and taking of application for 3 regular member positions on the Citrus Springs Advisory Council. The terms will begin 2/1/22 or the next scheduled Citrus Springs Advisory Council meeting and expire on January 31st, 2024.
Okay. All right, so that's just informational.
Yes.
3.
I-3, nominate and appoint 1 applicant to the Special Library District Advisory Board as a regular member to fill 1 vacant unexpired term that ends on January 31st, 2022.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Kitchen?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. First of all, everyone needs to be clear, this is a 2.5-month appointment, correct? Or is-
Yes.
So, just so we're clear, this is from somebody that was unfilled, so this is not a full appointment, this is a 2.5-month
Right,
appointment.
correct.
Okay, I would like to make a motion, we appoint Mr. John Labriola And again, I don't know either one of these people. When it comes to board nominations, I look at the resumes, and it clears somebody with a bachelor's degree in journalism seems to be a good fit for this. So that'd be
Okay.
my motion.
Got a motion by Commissioner Kitchen. Is there a second? Is there a second? Going once, going twice. That motion dies.
Chair, I would like to nominate Shavonna Reed for the 2.5
Commissioner
month
Slayball
appointment.
makes a
Second.
motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to say for the record, I've never voted against an appointment to a volunteer board.
I agree.
So that's why I voted for it, but clearly, in my opinion, that is not the most qualified candidate. Clearly, we picked personality over resume. That's my own opinion.
Got it, thank you. All right, Jay,
Chair-
committee reports.
Chair, I believe you need my vote on
I do, I wrote that down. On L1?
I1, A and B,
Correct.
I2, I.
I2 is informational.
Oh, okay, and then I do have a question on the library board appointments for January, because
All right, what is your
Did-
vote on I1?
I,
Okay, we got a 5-0 on one. All right, I3, go ahead.
okay. You sent out the email that I asked for, thank you. Are there term limits on library board?
I don't believe so, based on that list I'm looked at, because there's some that have been on there quite a while.
If you could please verify that, that
I'll
would be great.
verify that.
Well, I think there's, just, if we have a question, there should be term limits. I mean,
Don't know if there are.
okay, but I think it should be like every
There's
other
one
board.
that's been on there quite a while.
I
so
think it
don't
should be
know.
like every other board. Now, whether, I mean, I guess they can keep rotating in, but, there should be a point where other people can apply.
I don't think,
Go ahead, Madam Attorney.
I apologize. I don't believe we have term limits on any of our boards.
Okay.
That's
all
what I thought.
right, Okay.
And we
okay.
removed it on the one board I thought we had it on.
Okay, okay. I think that's correct.
Chair, I would just like to say, my nomination for the library board is because I know that person and I don't know the other person, and I have to go by character
Okay.
of somebody. So it's
That's
not a,
All right. All right, committee reports. Commissioner Davis.
Went to Florida Association of Counties a couple of weeks ago, and one of the coolest things I saw, I thought that this was, I work with Prosperity Citrus, and one of the greatest impediments to getting people off the poverty route and into being a more productive citizen and whatnot is the lack of transportation in the county. And of course, you know how I'm a little bit of a Jetsons thinker. I was thinking that, one of these days we need to have basically small driverless taxis to ferry people around instead of a bus system, because it would fit better with our rural nature. And I'm thinking this is gonna be 15, 20 years out. Jacksonville's already doing it. So this might come up a little sooner than I thought. I was really blown away about a lot of the big thinking that's going on in this state, and blown away by how great our state is doing on a national level.
Okay. Commissioner Kitchen.
You heard basically from the TBRPC this morning, Mr. Chairman, so I brought that up yesterday. I think that's why we belong to them, to use them as a resource when we can. Also, there was a discussion about our local emergency planning committee. I don't know if all the commissioners are aware, but we belong to that through the TBRPC. There was a little incident that took place a while back in Bhopal, India. I think everybody remembers that. And that brought about federal legislation for citizens to have a right to know about community hazardous material in communities, and agencies have to have response plans to that. I asked if Citrus was part of that, and he said, yes, Citrus. I particularly said, since we have a new fire issue and EMS, and he said, we participate in that. They appreciate our participation, and I asked him to please let our chief know we still want to continue to be involved in that.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Commissioner Slayball.
yes, I am on the Transportation Committee for the National Association of Counties. I was invited to be on a call with our Department of Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. So I got to hear about the new,
What, the traffic jamming out there on the water?
I got to hear about a lot of things, and what I pulled out of it that I thought would be helpful was to make the high-speed internet affordable and available for every household in America. So let's see if that happens. And then the transforming of the rails, roads, bridges, public transit, modernizing our ports. which are in a mess right now, and airports and rails. It was very interesting, thank you.
Commissioner Kennard.
I have nothing.
Well, Commissioner Kennard, I got some good news for you. All of our projects are in at Gulf Coast Consortium. And actually, Citrus County has, I think, the most. I was on a Budget and Finance Committee hearing. I chair that board, so I was on that one. And so it takes about 6 months. So, I mean, we should be coming out with everything here.
Well, we
Yeah, I
need
do.
a little bit of help on
Yeah.
getting some documents approved by them. They're slow on some documents we
yeah,
have, because
okay.
we're trying to get that sewer bid going on 19,
Yeah.
but they haven't signed off on the documents yet.
I'm pushing on them. I can
How
promise
soon
you
are
that.
we moving reef
So,
material?
The good thing is it's there, it's in front of them, so we're just waiting for them to be, once it gets in front of them, you're looking at about 4 months to 5 months, up to 6, but the good thing is all our projects are in and they're in front of them, so.
Right on, thank you.
Yep. All right, Commissioner Davis.
All right, so Fish and Wildlife Commission is working on springs protection zones that prohibits anchoring. This, supporting this, directing staff to add this to our toolbox, essentially. I believe this will help protect our springs with the, is blue water. This is just another tool in the toolbox.
Okay.
And
you wanna
make a motion to approve K1 and direct staff as it.
Motion by Commissioner Davis. I'll second that. Second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comments? Any public comments? Welcome.
Good afternoon. Mary Ann Weatherington, Citrus County. Pet projects, those that personally benefit commissioners, must stop. There is at least one current commissioner and one person currently campaigning who own close to $1 million waterfront homes. These individuals see the development of springs protection zones as a way to close all public access to the water where their homes are. These elitists abhor looking out of their windows and stepping out onto their porches and having to see and hear the public rightfully enjoying the water. The ultimate goal of development of springs protection zones for these individuals who own these waterfront homes is to privatize the water, deny public access while still being able to enjoy the water themselves. In the end, only the elite, those who can afford to buy a house on the water, would be able to enjoy the water. You can dress it up and spin it any way you want, but this will be the end goal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hold on. Is there any other public comments? Any other public comments? Seeing none, we will close that portion. Commissioners, Commissioner Davis.
So somebody, a friend of mine, and I don't own, I own in Citrus Hills, so anyway, a friend of mine, after the whole Yahoo on boats thing came out, said, I think I've been one of those Yahoos on a boat. And, they're talking about a little bit of loud music, a little bit of drinking, whatever. And I said, no, unless you've gotten up on somebody's backyard and defecated in their backyard, you're not the kind of Yahoo I'm talking about. That's what's happening in Blue Run. All this does is give us a tool in the toolbox to stop anchoring, ruining the, tying up the trees, all that. You can kayak in there and swim in there all day long. You can cruise through there in a boat. You just can't anchor or moor to the trees, which is private property, by the way. So.
Okay. Commissioner Kennard.
I was trying to decide whether or not to respond to a factless opinion at the podium, but that's exactly what it was. We had a discussion, I think that I brought it to this board a couple of years ago on using the launch fees to mark the trails, boating and kayaking trails through the Salt River and so forth, some of these other areas that would give the public greater access to those areas. So I no idea where all of that came from, but anyway, just so that the public is aware, there has been discussion on trying to find a way to make that happen so that the greater public can get out there and enjoy just the beautiful nature coast that we have. So.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Schleybaugh.
I just want to say something that we are concerned about what our children are exposed to in the library. I would never take my adult children to that area where these people are tying to the trees. The pornography, the music, it is unbelievably vulgar. And this is an area where we have invested $1 million to get the eelgrass, to try to clean the water up. I didn't last 5 minutes out there. It was so vulgar. So that might be something that your group might want to look into.
Okay, Commissioner Kitchen.
Yes, sir. I'm a lifelong adult mariner. I have always been adamantly opposed to any restrictions for mooring or anchoring, okay? Anybody that enjoys the outdoors should be, okay? Be like you gentlemen having your antenna go up when they talk about restricting hunting and fishing, right? So, but here's the issue, and I understand this. I don't have a problem as long as it's specified and controlled. In Crystal River, we tried to put in mooring fields, okay? That was the way that we wouldn't restrict navigation, okay, but at the same time, we could protect the water area. So as Commissioner Davis has presented this and in the overview, I can support it. I'll tell you why, and then I'll tell you what I think our concern needs to be looking forward, and that is, it says, enable protection zones that allow for limiting of anchoring, mooring, and beaching. Now, I assume that beaching would be going up on people's property, grounding of vessels, or restrict the speed and operation of vessels to prevent harm to certain springs run, and here's the catch, and their associated spring runs, okay? So what people have pointed out to me is you could say, well, Crystal River is the associated spring run of Kings Bay. Okay, so the next thing that this could be interpreted as, and we know the problem with interpreting rules, right, is that, okay, well, you can't anchor in Crystal River now because it's a spring run, okay? I know what the intent is, and I agree with the intent, and that is to get control over the issues that we have up in the Homosassa River. So I can support it because I'm saying it's starting from a common sense, but let's be clear, it has nothing to do with music or language. There's nothing in this to restrict people's music, loud music or language or anything else. It's about restricting the operation of boats and where they can go. And the key is, and why I can support this, is it says this would only happen if there was competent and substantial evidence. I love that word. We keep getting freaks out. Evidence submitted that demonstrates that the spring group or spring run is suffering negative impacts as a result of the vessel's speed or operation or anchoring, mooring, or beaching. So you just can't say, I think, there has to be competent and substantial. And I guess that would come from public hearings and people have to get up and say this is what's happening. So as usual, I can support it. I just think we need to be cautious of unintended consequences that may come down the road. So.
Okay, all right.
Can I explain how this works?
Yes.
FWC is proposing rules to set up these zones. They haven't done that yet. Once they develop whatever the rules they are, then anybody that wants to request a zone is going to need to apply for it, and they will say, yes, we agree, or no, we don't agree. Obviously, it's got to be approved by this board first.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question?
I guess you can.
Thank you. So you're right, I kind of muddied the water, funny, by bringing in the noise. But this is voters, the citizens of Citrus County, visitors, can come and enjoy these areas. They just can't put an anchor out and mess up the area. So you're not going to stop kayakers. You're not even going to stop the fisher, people throwing a line out there. It's just so we don't damage the ground. Thank you.
Did you say fisher people?
Fisher
Yeah,
people.
Commissioner
It's not.
Kitchen.
It's women fish too.
Men and women.
Yes.
I understand that, but that's not what this says.
Okay, that's what I
This
was asking.
says an operation of vessels. Operation of vessels is a vessel underway. It's not one just at anchor. So that's what I'm saying is that if we think it means this, and then somebody comes back to us later and says, oh, no, you knew because it was in there. So all I'm saying is let's just be aware of it. Today I was accused of coming up with scenarios that'll never, ever happen. I can see this being an issue if we don't watch it. So that's all I'm saying.
I interpreted restrict the speed and operation, not to disallow the operation, but to restrict the operation. For example, dragging your prop in our $1 million eelgrass, anchoring into the $1 million eelgrass in a really popular area, that kind of thing. So,
Okay.
for
All
what
those
it's
in
worth.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Commissioner Kennard?
Nothing.
Commissioner Schleba?
Nothing.
Commissioner Kitchen?
I want to talk about you, sir.
Me?
Yes, sir.
Goodness.
You were in Florida training.
I was.
Did everybody see this?
I wasn't.
We are world famous in Florida, at least in Florida Trend. Citrus County, lowest rate in the state. For those who missed this, Citrus County, north of Tampa Bay, is the only county in the state without a local option sales tax, meaning the shoppers there pay just 6% on tax on purchases. But that distinction could soon disappear, Scott Carnahan, chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, says. The board plans to discuss levying a surtax. Old news, right? To
Old
pay
news.
for road resurfacing. If history is a guide, it won't be a slam dunk. Voters in the conservative county, Republicans and no party affiliation voters comprise 74% of the electorate, rejected assent for citrus referendum to pay for road repairs in 2014 and torpedoed a half-cent sales tax for school repairs in 2016. So I just thought it was great that they gave you some recognition for us being the lowest tax county in the state. So that was all I
right.
had. sir.
Thank you. And again, I already gave my news about Gulf Coast Disorder. My stuff is there. Moving forward, Madam Attorney. Madam Attorney.
Yes, sir.
Attorney-client session.
Yes, your attorney, Mr. Dale Scott, has requested an opportunity to have an attorney-client session with you, and we're requesting that you approve the setting of the attorney-client session for November 30th at 8:30 a.m. in the case referenced.
Okay.
Do we have other things that morning? I thought we do. Is
November
8:30 enough? I mean, seems to me we had some other workshops. That's
We got
universal
9.
trash morning too,
9.
right?
That's 9.
So is a half an hour enough?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, let me ask
Okay.
you another just quick question. Can he do it by Zoom? Can he zoom in versus having to drive over here?
I assume he is, since it's
Okay.
8:30 in the morning.
Perfect. Well, okay, so with that, commissioners,
I'll make that recommendation.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve and set an attorney-client session on November 30th at 8:30 a.m.
Motion by Commissioner Kitchen. Second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comments? Seeing none. Commissioners, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Now we are open to the public.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. I didn't see you had anything. All right, so we'll go open to the public. Is there anybody want to speak to the board? If you do, please come forward, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Chair, I have something when we're
All
done.
right, open to the public. Going once, going twice, all right, we're gonna,
Just wanted to
Yes, sir.
thank Commissioner Kitchen for the nomination. I was honored for the consideration. Just wanted to circle back to what was mentioned earlier about the conversation that one of the speakers had with the director of the libraries. I believe what was discussed is not what the majority of the board said that they favored, which was no ideological displays in the library at all. But if he's going to move it to some other section of the library, then at the very least, last month was October was Respect Life Month, and at the very least, we should have a Respect Life Month display as well, whether in the lobby or somewhere else in the library, if we're going to be consistent and not discriminate against one group versus another. Just, I don't know if you all recall when you were in school, but in middle school, and when we had to do a book report, we were not restricted to one section of the library. We would have to go, do the research project or the book report on Charles Dickens. That's in the so-called adult section. Or if there's a research project, the encyclopedias and stuff. The kids don't just stay in the Dr. Seuss area at the library. So please keep that in mind when, and I look forward to hearing what the resolution is. But if it's something about moving the LGBT propaganda display to some other section of the library, keep in mind that kids are exposed to the entire library when they're doing a research project. And if that is going to happen, you should not be discriminating against other months that are recognized nationally, like Respect Life Month. And I would expect if that happens, then you would have a similar display for Respect Life Month, where you're having displays in addition to the books displays, having slogans like abortion hurts women, like, defend the unborn and things of that nature. So please be careful, whatever policy you do, to keep those things in mind. And thank you again to the commissioners for the consideration.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify something. Just because national associations for different organizations are not currently in Citrus County, that doesn't mean they're not going to come. They have a lot of these, what I consider radical organizations down in Tampa, which includes the Tampa Bay area. So just because they may be sitting in New York City, they're looking for the opportunity to move into these areas. And you got to look prospectively into the future of what you're doing and what you're allowing to be done in this county.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other public comments? Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. All I'm going to say is it sounds like Mr. Head's headed in the right direction. It sounds like there's not going to be any more displays. If there is, then maybe we just need to go ahead and put it on, make a vote, and be done with it. Because enough of this stuff right here. Again, I support our librarian. I support Mr. Head 100%. And if we need to take a vote, Commissioner Kitchen, why don't you put that on November 30th agenda, and let's just make this official.
We'll wait and see what happens with staff. And
Yeah,
that's
and
my
that's
thing
fine,
with it.
that's
I'd
fine.
rather-
All right, Commissioners, any other comments?
Well, Eric had, in speaking with Ms. Watson, only said he was going to move it out of the lobby, but again, he is a reasonable man. If you approach him reasonably, he is going to look at it, and he may very well decide to put a right to life display in there as well. I leave that up to him.
Yep.
He is the director of libraries, and he does an exceptional job.
Yep, agree. Any other comments? With that, we'll recess until 5:01.
Excuse me? I
Oh, I'm
said
sorry,
I had
that's right. Yes, I'm
something?
sorry. Go ahead.
We are now just closing out our first year as commissioners, and I want to thank you for a great job.
Thank you.
As chair, you have had a steady hand on the tiller. I would like to open up a discussion, because I know that when the board reorg goes through, it is bing, bang, boom, done, no discussion. So I thought this might be an excellent opportunity for us to discuss who will be chair next year. And I mean this with much respect for you, Commissioner Kitchen. I said to you once, and I meant this as a huge compliment, and I hope you took it that way. I said, you are the anchor of the board. You know the budget inside and out. You know procedures inside and out. You have vast historical knowledge of the board. You're an encyclopedia of what's happened here. And I mean that is a huge compliment. I hope you understand that. Being a Mariner, I'm going to go with that. Okay? If you're the anchor, some of us on the board are sales. And we have huge winds going through this county right now, winds of opportunity that could make us end up looking like Pasco, keep throwing Pasco under the bus, and it can make us prosperous, yet still have an excellent quality of life. Without an anchor, the sails will take us off the end of the earth, right? But without sails, anchors don't go anywhere. So I would just like to, because you're not running for reelection, I hate the term lame duck, but that is, I would like you to consider in the next 3 weeks, perhaps not putting yourself forward for chair.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, but I plan to put myself forward for chair. I don't tend to back off one bit. I understand there's been somewhat of a coup underway to keep that from happening. Word travels fast in this community, folks, so it doesn't come as a surprise to me. But here's the bottom line for you, I don't want to say new commissioners, and you're not even rookies anymore. I'll say for our newest commissioners. Typically, this has been set up so that, in my opinion, the commissioner, I tell you, the best year I ever had is when I sat where Commissioner Kernard sits down there, okay? I can sit down there, I can be near the bathroom, I can mind my own business, and I can talk the whole meeting, okay? And you know what that's like, okay? If you know anything about me, and I don't know if you've ever studied it, but these two other gentlemen can, when I'm in the chair position, I tend to be the moderator. So if you want to hear me talk less, make me the chair. Okay, I'll just tell you that, because that's what I do. That's what I do. What I try to do is balance the conversation. Now, if you don't want me to be the chair, if you don't think I'm the most qualified, I would love to hear that argument where you could say somebody that served 10 years as the mayor of Crystal River, okay, ran every meeting for 10 years there, and has twice, in my first 4 years in office, been twice elected the chair of this board, how you would say I'm not the most qualified at this time. I would love that discussion, because if you can send somebody forward, I wouldn't have a problem with Commissioner Carnahan being chairman again, you know? But the issue is, or even Commissioner Kennard, I mean, he passed up the second chairmanship to do that, so I assume that was why he was laying back, because he likes that chair down there too. So, you know, that's all I'm saying. It's nothing personal to me. I told my wife it wouldn't hurt my feelings at all. And I'll tell you, I'm being very honest. It wouldn't hurt my feelings at all to say, you know, I really don't want to be chairman. I'm not a lame duck. I can guarantee you I'm out in the community. I'm talking to people. I hear what people have to say every day. And I intend to be vocal till the very end. So a lame duck is when people don't pay attention to you. Maybe my colleagues might not to some degree, but the citizens do. They care about what I think. So I'm just going to say I intend to run. I'm going to make you guys vote me not chair rather than walking away from it, because as long as I sit here, that's my obligation, is that when I accepted the first vice chair position, that's what it was. Just like Commissioner Schleybaugh, when she accepted the second vice chair, she knew that that put her in position to move into that seat so that she could prepare herself for that. And if you haven't sat in that middle chair, it is extraordinarily difficult to run a meeting and participate in it. So if you're trying to situate everything that happens, trying to do that, and be in the middle. So all I'm saying is I was prepared not to do it until I found out that there was this coup attempt to make me not chair next time. And when I heard about that, I said, I will not go down quietly just because, you know, you want to do that. So with that said, let the vote come next month or next meeting. But if somebody nominates me, I won't nominate myself. If somebody nominates me, I will surely accept the nomination. So thank you.
Commissioner Schleybaugh.
I don't know that there's a coup, but I do know that there's been a tremendous amount of pressure put onto me, and I have said my feelings. I respect you, your historical knowledge. I do have concerns about, I think our chair needs to speak to the media, and that is a concern privately that I have. And since you asked why that would be something that would stick with me, because my mother, you know, if she were alive, she'd be 93 today. It's her birthday. She read the paper, and we only have one source of media. And I just feel like there's a lot of my moms out there that want to hear from the board, and the chair is our voice. And, you know, it is a very difficult thing. And, I mean, there's been a lot of things that have been said and done, and I just want to feel like I'm heard, and I want the citizens to be heard, and that is a concern to me.
Well, I'm going to jump in here real quick because at one time, and this is what I'm going to say, at one time the chair was the voice of the board, but now the editorial board has everybody in there, okay? And again, that's fine because I don't have any issues with that. I mean, even sitting here as chair, if they call you and you want to go sit down with the editorial board, go right ahead. But, you know, it used to, the chair and the administrator would go sit down with them. I've sat down with them a bunch this year. You know, unfortunately, the last few times I've been busy. I'll be busy next week. But if they want to do it by phone, I don't have a problem with that. But again, so the editorial board has gone in a direction of having others in there, not just the chair. So, you know, that's what
I just have never, I have not done that this year because I feel that's the chair's
No, I
job.
agree, and I agree. And again, it doesn't matter to me as a chair. You know, we all sit up here as one. I agree with Commissioner Kitchen 100%. All you are is the moderator. All you're doing is sitting in the middle, and you have to sign some documents more than others.
Well,
So-
and if I'm,
But again, this is a board decision, and however this board goes, I'm sure we'll finish it out strong. So.
and I have grown to respect all of you on this board, which I never thought that would happen, and I do honestly respect each one of you. I just don't feel that it's in my, I don't feel that it's right for me to say, I want the chair to go speak to the media, but that is a concern for me.
Okay.
So that's.
Well, if I can address that. Once again, you guys are jumping out without giving me a chance to respond. You know, If I in fact am the chair, the first meeting, I tend to say, this is the way I run meetings, this is the way I do things, this is what you can expect from me. And again, before you start dictating to me what Jerry Mulligan thinks, because he's the only guy that thinks that, okay? I don't meet with Jerry Mulligan, I don't talk with Jerry Mulligan, I'm just telling you, it's historic as a courtesy to the Chronicle that we asked the chairman to go over and meet with the Chronicle. Then the Chronicle turned it into, oh no, it's the chairman's job to come and do it. And then it's only if they can get some dirt on what they used to love it when one of our chairmen went over there and said nasty stuff about us, and they got some good speed from that. So, as I was going to tell you, if you in fact elect me chair, this is my opinion, and I'm not changing it. So if this is a determining factor for you guys, fine. But I've learned to appreciate Mr. Bates, is he still there? Mike Bates is reporting. I think Mr. Bates reports accurately, he reports fairly, and I was going to ask Mr. Bates, if I'm elected chair, that I will sit down with him and him only and answer any questions he has. But I'm not going over to the inquisition of the Chronicle editorial board where they have already made up their minds before you walk into that meeting, and they're just trying to twist you into their narrative. And I've been there, okay? I've sat in that seat. Anybody that's sat in that seat knows. And even Brian Coleman, who was the calmest, most laid-back guy, gave him 2 warnings and said, you ever do that again, I'll never come back, okay? They did it to me 3 times. That's why I said I'll never come back, all right? So, if you think that's what you want, if your standard for a chairman is to meet with the media, and that's the #1 most important thing that counts, then cast your vote that way. I will talk to Mr. Bates if he wants to talk to me. I will answer his questions related to county business, but I'm not going to talk about where commissioners live, what their marriage is like, what I think, who I think is stupid, and who I think is smart. And those are the kind of questions that were coming from the Chronicle. Okay, so I don't comment on personal issues. And quite frankly, I find this whole discussion quite upsetting because in my whole time in government office, we have never ever had this kind of conversation. So that's fine. And the way I see it, it's going to come down to Commissioner Kennard to make the deciding vote, and he can vote the way he wants to. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may say, I received quite a bit of pressure from various influential people in the county, and as well. And I think the overarching concern is back to my anchor and sail analogy. And I was actually thinking more, I wasn't thinking of one of the ladies up here, I was thinking that Commissioner Kennard has only had 1 turn, and you say it's only moderating a meeting, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that the chair has influence over before we ever see it. And so my feeling is that Kennard would be a better choice for this coming year, but I do honestly, I know I have gone where angels fear to tread, but I honestly mean that with respect. And I really, really, really wish this conversation could have happened behind closed doors, but we can't due to sunshine law.
Here's what I want to jump out there. Go ahead, I'll let you finish.
I'm just saying that this is an important role, and we should be able to discuss it collegially.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. If pressure gets to you by by people, that's damn scary. I can tell you right now, because now hold on, I'm going to tell you something right now. When I was elected in 2014, the night we had the party at Coach's, my father raised me and my brothers and sisters to do the right thing, to make the right choices, and don't listen to others and have them. And my brother told me, okay, because God bless my father couldn't be here. It brings chills to me. He says, hey, you remember how our dad raised you. You don't kiss anybody's ass, okay, to get something. You make the decision based on what you think. And what I heard today is scary.
Okay, well.
And with that, let's wrap this up, because
No,
I'm done.
have something to say.
No, this is
Pressure.
well, I'll tell you, that's scary.
I have something to say.
Pressure
That's
is a poor
scary.
choice of word.
Yeah, and I just, listen,
I happen to
out of
agree with it.
respect, I wanted to just say what one concern was, and I don't think that's insulting, but it's okay to insult me. I think that this should be just an open discussion. I have told the pressure to go pound sand. But since you brought this up, and that's what leaders do, bring this up, I just had a question. I said, I would never demand of you, if you were a commissioner, a chair, whatever, to put that constraint on you to say that you have to meet with media. I just said that is something that is a concern for me. Am I not allowed to have a concern? And to be insulted and say, I'm giving in to pressure and this and that, that's insulting too.
No.
This was a conversation, it was opened up, that's how I feel. Now I feel like, sure, no.
Well, here's this issue.
Shut me down.
I didn't make those comments. The comments were made by individuals up here that you're getting influential pressure out there.
No, I said we were getting,
Okay,
I was
well, listen,
getting
don't worry. I'm
pressure.
sure you got phone calls. I've got phone calls. And again, here's what I'm going to tell you. I sit here and I had a bunch of phone calls about the 8 o'clock workshop this morning. You think I called them back? Hell no, because I do my own homework. I make my own decisions based on what I think's best for the community.
Amen.
I'm not going to listen to anybody tell me how I'm going to vote. And I'll tell you, I'll open up a can of worms. It's funny. I had a gentleman, a business leader in Crystal River, call me because he didn't like the comments I made about Turkey Oak. Okay, very interesting. And he was going to tell me, okay, and I can tell I'm a big guy, okay. I stand by my word. If I'm a business owner in Crystal River and I'm on 44 and you're going to bypass traffic around me, Wawa's, okay, that just built, racetrack that just built, I guarantee you, okay, and this is what I would say as a chairman, as an outgoing chairman, the MPO voted to do a study, okay, and that study hasn't been done yet. What I would like Commissioner Kennard to go back to the MPO and ask that in that study that we go poll the businesses on Highway 44 that's going to be, traffic's going to be rerouted them. I would almost guarantee you, nobody has asked those businesses, hey, what do you think about this? They probably don't even know about it. If I was the gentleman that bought the Suncoast Credit Union at 19 and 44, thinking all that traffic is going to come and they're going to wash cars, and all of a sudden now we're going to start, and it's already a bypass. I drove it yesterday to look at it, okay? And what's really interesting is this. The county's portion is in the Scott program. It was paved in 2015-16. Our section is great. It's the section from 495 out to 19 that's not, and that's more the city side. So if we're going to do a bypass, and it was kind of funny how this individual kept saying, oh, we're guaranteed the money. Well, how can somebody guarantee give you money when a damn study hadn't been done? If that's the case, why don't we do this? It's very easy to save the taxpayers a lot of money, okay? Why don't we go out there right now and put traffic counts up on Turkey Oak? Let's do a traffic count on Turkey Oak, okay? When the Suncoast Parkway is open, let's go back out and do another traffic count. And then we're going to see how much traffic the parkway has generated and whether we need to do anything about it. Why do we need to spend $200 and something thousand? Why don't we see what the traffic counts are before we say, okay, we're going to spend this money? If y'all really want to talk about money and spending money, to me, that's a waste of money. And that business owner stands to gain from this because he owns property on Turkey Oak. Very interesting. I promise you, when I got done with him, he got off the phone pretty quick with me. Because why would we order a study and then we're guaranteed the money? If that's the case, we don't need to do a study. But that's what goes on, okay?
And
Mr. Chair,
sorry.
Commissioner Kitchen?
Yeah, I just want to say, I agree, let's bring this in for a landing. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I don't talk to the builders. I don't talk to Clark Stillwell. I don't talk to Jerry Mulligan. I don't talk to the Chamber of Commerce, okay? They don't control me. You keep talking about these influential people in the community. They're only influential if they can get to you. If you don't pay any attention to them, they have no juice. And I've said that before. So you keep saying, well, influential. What I heard from day one, I'm telling you right now, and you talk about giving people the benefit of the doubt. Have I ever said anything to you two new commissioners, since we're having this open discussion and we're airing all of our dirty laundry? Appreciate you guys all being here today. You get to watch this. Have I ever said anything to you other than I want to help you be the best commissioners you can be?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then the next thing I hear is Jerry Mulligan is holding the new commissioners' feet to the fire because they're not doing enough to undermine Kitchen. And I'm hearing that from the influential leaders in our community, okay? Now, whether you're not listening to the influential leaders or not, I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but when you come in and say the influential leaders in the community are telling us we need to get rid of Ron as the chairman, so again, if you don't want me as chair, fine. believe me, it won't hurt my feelings. And if you would like Commissioner Kennard to go speak to the editorial board, I'd be happy, if I'm the chairman, to ask him if he would do that, you know? But my whole point is, it comes down to who you, as a board, and this is why it's an honor, really, to be the chair. And that is, your board thinks you're the best person to run the meetings fairly and efficiently, and that's it. So when your board picks you to be the chairman, they're saying, we trust you to run a fair and efficient meeting, and if you don't think I'm qualified for that, vote for somebody else.
Well, here's also, since we're doing this, okay, and these influential leaders, I mean, who are they? I'd like to know who they are. I mean, I like to know their names.
Did you say influential? Because I said I was receiving pressure.
I said
I don't-
influential, and those are both very poor choices of word. What I would like to restate is that these are leaders in the community.
And who are they?
And I'm not getting into that.
Oh, there we go.
I have the floor. And when I go to meet with CCBA, when I meet with the editorial board on very limited topics, because our very capable chair does meet with them on a regular basis, so they've interviewed me on 2 very specific topics that I drive. When I meet with Clerk Stillwell, when I meet with any of those people, and I'm not saying that those are the ones that I was referring to, but you brought them into the equation, so I'm going to address that. I know darn good and well where their bread is buttered, where they're coming from, and I am always looking out for the citizens of the county. What I do, why I listen to them, and why I think you're mistaken not to, Commissioner Kitchen, is that these are people who have very deep experience in their area. I'm not a builder. I don't know what affects builders. I don't know anything about their bailiwick. I want to hear what they think. And they're residents of this county too. They don't want to ruin it. And so, and if you need, I'll give you one proof right off the top of my head that I do not, quote unquote, bow to pressure. I backed them down on impact fees. I didn't make them happy. And so when I go to speak at CCBA, I say exactly that. I say, I know I'm not going to make you happy all the time, but I'm going to do what's right for the county, but I am interested in your opinion because you guys know what you're talking about. So, you know, I do find all of this very insulting. And I will say that when Commissioner Kitchen was out on COVID, I asked a pointed question of Mr. Oliver. He did not give me an answer, so I asked it again. And he gave me an answer. It was a little lukewarm, but or not particularly as full as I would have liked. And because both gentlemen, Commissioners Carnahan and Kitchen, immediately puffed up like pufferfish and said that I should not be attacking staff, I said, okay, fair enough. You know, like he gave me an answer and fair enough, I moved on. Everybody notices I drank a whole lot of water, so I got up and I knew we were done. I went off to the ladies' room, and there was about an 8-minute diatribe while I was gone about how I'm attacking staff, and that you would be addressing it with me personally. Never brought it up. You started feeding me chocolate, which was nice. I think that might have been your way of making up. But then at our last meeting, you actually attacked staff. You went there, so I'm.
All right, I'm gonna wrap this up as chairman. I'm wrapping this up. Are we done here with this discussion? Because if we're not gonna air the influential people that's pressuring you and things like that, I don't think we need to have any more conversations. So.
Can I just say
Yes,
this?
sir. And you're the last word, and I'm shutting her down.
Okay, and I'll try to make it conciliatory. I will talk to anybody. When I quit talking to these folks, I think I told you, is when they told me, we don't need you, we have 3 votes. That's when I quit meeting with them. When they knew they had control, and they never said who the 3 were, and a lot of times they don't get the 3, okay? Because I think the commissioners come in here and they do their own thing. But that's why I quit meeting with them. I don't meet with people that threaten me, do this or else, right? And that's why I don't do it. I mean, I actually had, I'll name names. I actually had Jerry Mulligan at an editorial board meeting tell me I was a bad leader. Says, you're a bad leader and this is why, okay? And so that's gonna be fair reporting and that's gonna be fair analysis of news from the editorial board when the publisher of the paper has that personal opinion. And now we're talking personalities. We're talking that commissioners are mad at me, so now we're going to move down that road. And I'll just tell you, to me, being a professional, the doctor at the end can understand this, and that is you can have somebody come in and cuss you out and then drop with a heart attack on the floor, and you're going to say, oh, I'm not going to work on him because he cussed me out. No, a professional says, we do our job, and that's what I've always looked at, Mr. Chair, so thank you very much.
And we are recessed until 5:01.
Is that not ironic? The chairman has had to leave for a prior engagement, so he asked me to run this. That's not 5:01 yet because we have a couple bits of unfinished business. The first one is I want to apologize. If you were here, you know what I'm talking about. If you weren't here, you will hear about it. So I want to apologize for my behavior at the previous meeting. I should have just sat here and kept my mouth shut, but as you all know me, that's not my nature. So I said some things I shouldn't have said. So with that said, I apologize, and we'll turn the page and move on. The next thing is we have some upcoming meetings that was not announced that we need to do for the public's information. Our next regular meeting is November 30th at 1 o'clock, and I believe we now have a couple of workshops scheduled November 30th as well, too, but those will be posted coming up.
And an exec.
Oh, I'm sorry. And the shade meeting, but I guess the public can know about that. How soon we forget. I know. Okay. So anyway, also there'll be a regular meeting on December 14th at 1 o'clock as well, too, and I believe that's the published upcoming meeting so far. Also, we have an item E4. The county attorney would like to explain why this is back before us real quickly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to E4 that was considered at the earlier portion of this meeting and was approved by you, we recognized following your vote that not all of the pages of the annual certification report were included within your backup materials. In order for us to process this, we need to have you all go back and ensure that you did consider all 5 pages with the sheriff's signature being on page 5 and authorize the chairman, Scott Carnahan, to sign on page 5. So if we can just reconsider that matter, if someone would move to reconsider that and vote on it, staff would greatly appreciate it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve item E4.
I'm sorry, reconsider. Sorry.
Reconsider.
Okay.
Item E4.
Second.
Okay. So we have Commissioner Kennard makes that motion to reconsider, and it's seconded by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on that motion? Is there any further discussion by the board? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously of those here, 4 to nothing.
And now you're going to reconsider it.
Okay, so we've done that. So the next one, now we need to pass it, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, so what motion would you like to hear from the board now?
Approve and authorize the chairman to execute the equitable sharing agreement and certification for the annual equitable sharing reporting, item E4.
So moved.
Well, you don't have to do that.
Okay, so, here we go. You guys are tasking me already, aren't you? So I heard Commissioner Kennard ask for the floor. Mr. Commissioner Kennard, what would you like?
I would make a motion that we approve item E4.
Okay, and I heard a second from Commissioner Davis. Is that correct?
Slayball, yes.
Slayball, I'm sorry. See? Pick that up too, so. Okay, I enjoyed just sitting down here, you know, so. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on that. Is there any other public comment? Any other commissioner discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes 4-0. Does that conclude all the old business, Madam Attorney?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Madam Clerk, does that include all of our old business? Okay, let's move on to the 501. I have 503, is that correct? Okay, so we're into the 501 time. Before we begin, let me go over the meeting procedures so that everyone will understand them, and then we'll get this process started. We're gonna go quickly over the procedures and how things are going to go. First, the applicant will have the opportunity to present its application. After that, the county staff will make its presentation. Then the commission will open up to the public. Once the public portion is closed, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a brief rebuttal to anything that the public brings up. That'll be the applicant only. Then we'll open it up to the commission and discussion only. At that point, the public is done speaking. It'll be for the commissioners to discuss and ask any questions of the applicant or staff. If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings. And for such purpose, he or she may need to ensure that a verbal record of the proceedings is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is based. During the public portion of this hearing, proponents and opponent comments will be limited to 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for an organization, and I adhere to those time limits strictly. When anyone wishing to speak comes to the podium, they must print their name, address, and the application number for which they are speaking on the form provided, the green form. If representing an organization, a letter of authorization must accompany the speaker. Then comments from the public and parties must be limited to the subject and issue before the commission today. When anyone comes up to speak, we expect everyone to conduct themselves in a manner fitting this professional setting. Personal attacks and other inappropriate behavior are discouraged, and if this occurs, you'll be asked to sit down. Additionally, when you come up, this is the time for you to comment, and your comments need to be directed to the chairman. We don't expect to take recesses, but if for some reason this became long and we had to take a recess, we just remind everybody, including the commissioners, not to discuss anything that comes before us during that time. And the commissioners retain the right to ask questions at any time of anyone, okay? So the public, after public comment is limited, but the commissioners have unimpeded time to do that. If a formal party to the proceeding makes an objection, anyone who is speaking at the time must stop and wait for the objection to either be sustained or overruled. In a moment, I'll give an opportunity for the applicant to take care of any procedural concerns they have. So let's start with that. Does the applicant have any procedural questions? Okay. Okay, so now we're going to ask that, I'm going to ask the attorney to read the application number and the ordinance that we're going to be asked to consider.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to CPA AAPUD-21-12, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Davis.
No, ma'am.
No.
No, ma'am.
No.
Thank you. And now, at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider 2 ordinances. The first ordinance is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 4.7 acres from the medium-density residential district to the residential mixed-use district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And secondly, an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 4.7 acres from the medium-density residential district with mobile homes allowed to the planned to the planned residential district with a planned unit development, and to amend the existing Crystal Glen planned unit development on a total of approximately 170 acres by revising various standards, including the overall number of units, lot sizes, and impervious surface ratio, providing for conflicts, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearings, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I would like somebody to make a motion to formally adopt the backup material in the evidence. So we need a motion and a second. Backup material will consist of what you've been provided that you're using for basing your decision on.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir.
I would make a motion that we adopt the backup material into the record, please.
Thank you.
Second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Schleba. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And again, I didn't ask for public input on that because this is purely a decision for the board. Okay, at this time, we've done the ex parte. I'm going to ask the commissioners, do you have any procedural questions before we begin?
No, sir.
We're good?
No, sir.
Okay. Madam Timekeeper, Madam Vice Chair Timekeeper over there. I'm just going to
Yes.
remind you, the applicant has no time limit, but when we start, they'll let you know if they have a letter or not, okay? So with that said, is the applicant ready to come forward and make their presentation?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Clark Stillwell. My professional address is 320 South Highway 41, the Brandon Bank Building here in Inverness, Florida. I am the authorized representative on behalf of the applicant. The original applicant was filed by Mr. Stephen Fisher. He is here tonight, and he was the developer. And then this application was amended by his representative, Avis Craig. Ms. Craig is not going to be with us tonight. She is at home recuperating still from her hip surgery. We have provided within the backup material both her professional planning report under Section 4300 and also her testimony that she gave at the PDC when they approved this application. We hope that you've read that, because she knows a lot more about it than I do, because I was brought in after she was brought in. But we have two specific requests, and this is an aerial of the site. The easier request is the 4.7 acres of MDR, which is a stub out, and you can see it there on the map, into the Crystal Glen PUD. It is currently authorized for mobile homes. It's 4.7 acres. The proposal is to amend that and bring it into the PUD and incorporated it into the project in whole. It eliminates the potential, albeit slim, but it eliminates the potential that someone would build mobile homes next to this residential single-family subdivision. The second request deals with the phases 3 and 4 of the planned development. Ms. Katu has got a quick finger anyways. All right, so, and that increases the density, and to quote your staff, increases the density marginally, and it changes the lot sizes within the PUD on a portion of the lots, but not all of the lots. And that's motivated in a lot by the current market for housing products here in Citrus County. You're familiar with the area. You got State Road 44, you got County Road 491 to the east, and you got the Homosassa Trail to the west. The area has a substantial commercial infill area, 1,000 feet south of 44, adjacent to Crystal Glen. The plat that was originally filed is shown there on that map. It didn't include phases 2 and 3. The plat is a partial, not a full plat of the whole land, and the deed restrictions attached solely to the area in the plat. So just real quick, looking at the small scale amendment, 4.7 acres, 2.5 acres, 27 total units. The traffic off of this addition to the project is approximately 162 ADT trips per day. You divide that by 24, it's about 10 cars per hour. Again, it allows for mobile homes, and that will be eliminated. It is incorporated into the same lot design that we asked for. If you look at plan amendments, small or large scale, the test is relatively clear. It's in the planned service area. It's in the central ridge area, the growth area. It is proximate to arterial and collector roads. There are central and regional utilities to the site, and there are no environmental constraints. Within the future land use element, there's a litany of items that you apply to when you seek new commercial. In this particular 4.7, new commercial, new residential, all of these tests are met, and the staff report asks that they be recognizes that it's appropriate and recommends approval. Thank you, and the PDC recommended approval. Okay, so now let's go, Joanna, to the next one. This was the 1987 approved PUD plan. I don't want to date myself because I'm going to date Mr. Gibbs. He worked on this project when he was a young man, and I assisted him when I was a young man. As you can see, and as Avis has pointed out in her maps, part of the phase 3 was built out, and part of phase 2, which was supposed to be built out, was not built out. The collector road was built out. None of the lots in this particular project have access to that collector road. This was done in Crystal Glen and also done in Crystal Oaks. Same two developers, and they were done simultaneously. You can see the elevation changes, and you can see the stub out piece we mentioned, 4.7 acres there in the dark, which is going to be added. All right, let's go to the next one, please. So this is the first thing in the PUD that we've asked for a variation on. The 87 approval allowed 185 units. Actually, permitted to date is 164, a change of negative 21. Phases 3 and 4 were supposed to be 165. We asked for 186. That's a plus 52. Then you see the 5 acres, the 4.7 we discussed, that adds 27 units. So it's a plus 79 new units as versus the original 350 units. Now, keep in mind that when we did this back in 1987, Mr. Gibbs, Mr. Hudson, Mr. Maneri, myself, our land use planners, Henninger and Ray, we all thought that this was the appropriate type of project. The project was built. I'm not going to say it was a rapid or success, but it did eventually fill out. There's approximately 17 lots in this unit, this project, that are vacant. A majority of those are owned by already have residents, so they have a house and they bought the lot next door for whatever reason, but that's the status of it. So plus 79, that's a 20% increase in the density. It is well below the authorized density in the Central Ridge, and as the staff point out, it's 2.1 units per acre versus 2.6, to use their term, marginal increase in density. Let's go to the next one, please. This is a proposed PUD plan. I'm sure you can read it. You know, that fine line's up there, but it is in your backup, and you can see the new area that we're talking about. And you can see the road system, maintaining the collector road. So let's go to the next one, please. These are representative homes that are being built by the developer. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Now, I will tell you that within the existing plat in PUD, there are 17 houses already in existence which would match the proposed product that you're seeing here tonight on the screen. So we've got 17 of these units already built without objection, and quite frankly, no known impact to their neighbors or the project. Next one, please. All right, thank you. Next one. Next one. This is an actual house. It's very similar to what you saw earlier. Next one. This is my point about the 17 homes with a 40-foot wide built already in Crystal Glen existing. And they are identical to what's proposed in phases 3 and 4. Let's go to the next one. This is Avis's work product, and this is what she did. She went out and met with the residents multiple times and responded to their concerns and tried to educate them about why we are here tonight. Next one, please. All right, the developer owns the vacant acreage to the east, and this is the overall long-term access plan. That is Crystal Glen phases 1 and 2, Crystal Glen phases 3 and 4, and then what we're going to call the Sterling Hills project. You can see the tie-ins. You can see the tie-ins to Homosassa Trail. You can see the tie-in to 491 and the access coming off of 44 for that commercial infill area. Now, the line that cuts across there is the proposed subdivision construction road. So when the subdivision is being constructed, instead of using Crystal Glen, the collector road, they will come in off of that road. Now, one of the discussions at the PDC was the potential for maintaining that as an emergency access in the future. You can, you know, as a condition, you could have a knockdown gate in the road. It's not going to be paved, but it would be substantial enough to allow an alternate emergency access site. And we're certainly agreeable to that condition until those areas are platted. Let's go to the next one.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I've got a
Commissioner
question.
Kennard.
What would be the purpose of the additional emergency access road? I mean, in what circumstance in central Citrus area or Central Ridge area? It's not like they're gonna have some kind of storm surge roll in and the whole neighborhood has to be evacuated. It's not a big area for tornadoes.
It was pointed out that this particular project, once you get past the commercial area in the initial phase there along 44, and once you get past the Lutheran church and the radio station, there's only one way in and one way out, okay? That's true in other projects within Citrus County, specifically Black Diamond.
Right.
Specifically,
Brentwood.
Brentwood, thank you. Thank you. And there are others.
Yeah.
In all of those projects, there are emergency access gates.
Oh, okay.
There
I
are
wasn't
2
aware
in
of
Black Diamond, and there are 2 in Brentwood. And they were put there, I don't want to speculate on what natural disaster could or could not occur, but the idea was if something happens and that road was to be blocked, then you would go through the emergency access gate. Terrawood, a subdivision south of Floral City, has an emergency access gate too. So it's not uncommon.
Do we know how many of those have ever been used?
None of them have ever been used, and we all say are blessings, right?
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Anything else, Commissioner Kennard?
No, I think I'm all for the emergency access road knockdown gate thing.
Please proceed, Ms. Stillwell.
All right, so within phases 3 and 4, the lot sizes vary from the original size to a smaller lot size. And the shaded areas represent the smaller lots. That's why you have the increase in density. And as you can see, none of those shaded lots abut up to the existing Crystal Glen project in phases 1 and 2. And this was intentionally done so that the bigger lots comparable to Crystal Glen phases 1 and 2 would serve, if you will, for lack of a better term, a buffer or a transition area to these smaller lots. And the smaller lots are reflective of the market in Citrus County currently, in Beverly Hills, and what I call the Donut Project out there, the Fairways Project. They have smaller lots like this, and they're found also throughout Citrus Hills in their projects. And that is a market demand, and that is what is driving that design. It doesn't do anyone any good to put in a product that's not going to sell. Okay. But again, you can see the relationship. Let's go to the next one, please. This is Avis's work product. You can see the traffic increases relatively small at 19%, but I want to tell you that that collector road in Crystal Glen, that can hold up to 14,000 trips per day and still maintain level of service C. So there's plenty of capacity to handle these additional units that are proposed. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay. We added this post to PDRD because there was a question about
I'm sorry, he said PDRB.
I know, what can I say? Old school. So we added this post our last meeting with the board, and you can see the additional area, and the topography is here. The reason we added it, there was a question about drainage. And I know you received a letter this week about drainage from an abutter to the south. The letter indicated that the drainage area was approximately 1.5 acres, but as you can see, and Mr. Gibbs is here and he can explain that, that's 6.2 acres. So not only is that person that abuts the 6.2 acres going to have significant separation between him and the development, but there's plenty of acreage to handle drainage. Also, you might want to note that the recreational area is added, and that's not in the original plat. Now, there were a couple side issues that came up at the last meeting. One was the Stub Out Street, and you can see it there at the very bottom where it says platted in Phase 1 but not connected. Some people were concerned about that. That accesses into an 80-foot wide strip of land, which abuts the power plant right away, power lines. So people were concerned that that would be built. The developer has no responsibility to do that, and to the extent you want to vacate it or they want to vacate it or just leave it in open space, that would probably be the best resolution of that concern. One of the other issues was Brookfield Street. That is a road that has over 80 units on it, and right now it stops at lot 52 on that design. It does not connect to the collector road. The plat and the original PUD says it's supposed to connect to the collector road. There was a request that that not be done, but to do that would violate 2 sections of your land development code. Any subdivision with over 80 units is supposed to have 2 accesses on it, and Brookfield's got 88 units. And more importantly, under your land development code, a cul-de-sac road can only be a certain distance, and that's for good reason, and that road far exceeds that. So I don't know the answer to that question other than it's for public safety that they have 2 access points and the code should be followed. The final issue that I came up in the discussion at our earlier meeting was the application of the deed restrictions of Crystal Glen Phase 1 and 2 to the new project, Phases 3 and 4. And the POA had asked that you mandate that like deed restrictions be placed on this property. As you know, you don't deal with deed restrictions. They're private contract rights between the owner and those people that buy lots. And I am unaware of any authority where you could do that, impose that type of restriction and carry it over. So there's the project. To summarize, adding 4.7 acres and the number of units that you see there, adding an additional total of 79 units, which is a marginal increase per your staff report, and limiting or narrowing the number of lots to basically 50%, the same size as Crystal Glen Phase 1, and 50% reflective of the current market that you see in Citrus County now in the year 2021. Remember, we did this way back in 1987, and our crystal ball wasn't that good, and Mr. Fisher had to live through the recession, and we finally gotten to the point where this project can go forward, and hopefully it'll be a viable project, and that if it's viable, then it works for everybody, current and future residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stillwell. Board members, any questions of the applicant? Commissioner Schlebach, Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Davis, any questions?
Now, Mr. Gibbs is here, and if you want to ask him about anything, he's available.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then, of course, after staff gives their presentation, Mr. Stillwell will give you the opportunity to question staff on anything in their presentation as well. So, are you ready there, ma'am?
Once I turn it on, thank you. Okay, this is a comprehensive plan amendment, Atlas amendment, and a master plan amendment for Crystal Glen Properties. And Mr. Stillwell has given a good summary of where it's located on 44 and Homosassa Trail. And you see the little bite out there that was actually part of the adjacent lot. And that is the area of the land use change, the little square rectangle right there. This is the phasing plan. The areas in yellow have been developed, and he's gone over all of these, and then the area in white has not been at this time. And this is the proposed master plan. So what's happening, approximately 4.7 acres with the land use change. There is an additional 79 units from 350 units approved for this, this particular master plan to 429. Mr. Stillwell was correct. It's going from about 2.1 dwelling units per acre to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. They are allowed up to 6 in this land use district, so they're certainly well below that. This particular site has, the new phases will have reduced lot widths and also reduced setbacks, so that did cause quite a lot of discussion. So in the packet, you can see the different conditions. There were 10 conditions at the PDC meeting, and the applicant has met, as he talked about, Ms. Craig met with the Property Owners Association and has been in talks with some of the owners, and they actually proposed 2 conditions during the PDC hearing. And those are conditions 11 and 12 in the staff report. So number 11 is shown on this particular map. That condition 11 was offered by the applicant as shown on the site plan. A temporary stabilized construction entrance for heavy subdivision construction traffic will be provided from West Laurel Street and County Road 491 rather than from South Crystal Glen Drive. This was in response to a concern about construction traffic driving through the existing Crystal Glen subdivision. Condition number 12 was also offered during the PDC hearing, that no lots less than 60 feet in width will be placed adjacent to or directly across a roadway from the existing phases of Phase 1 and Phase 2 of Crystal Glen. And that also was a concern about the smaller lots near the larger lots. And the applicant had a good slide on that to show that that is being met on their proposed master plan. So the PDC did hear this application on October 7th. They did recommend approval of all 12 conditions.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, any questions of staff?
No.
Mr. Stillwell, any questions of staff? Okay. And Mr. Stillwell, you are, the applicant is agreeable to the 12 conditions that came out of the PDC meeting? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, at this time, we're going to open up the public portion of the meeting, and we're going to ask for those that wish to speak in favor of the application, if they would please come forward at this time and speak. Is there anyone in favor of the application that would like to come and speak? And this is the third and final time to call for anyone in favor of the application. Okay, at this time, I'll call for those in opposition to the application. Is there anyone here opposed to the application that would like to speak? Please come forward. Yes, sir. Doesn't matter. What? Madam Vice Chair, we'll give them 3 minutes, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm neither opposed nor...
Can you give us your name, please?
My name's Bob Bennett,
Bob.
and I live on Brookfield. And I'm not necessarily opposed to the development. I mean, it's, you know, things grow. The small lots is one of the things, if I'm not mistaken, the lots are gonna be 50-foot wide, and they're putting 40-foot wide houses on them. That's about enough room to walk between them. And I think that someday people will drive down that road and say, what in the world did we do stacking these houses on top of each other like this? I like the way that it's set up now. I know that getting an extra 70 lots, the rich are gonna get richer and everybody's gonna do good with it, but I don't think it's a good idea for the addition. I appreciate them segregating the smaller lots from phases 1 and 2, that helps. But just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there. The gentleman mentioned something about Brookfield with 88 houses. I've never counted them, but I'll believe him if there's 88. And I see no reason why there has to be 2 accesses in and out of there. There's no traffic there now, except the people that live there, because once you turn off of Crystal Glen onto Brookfield, there's no outlet. That's the only way in and only way out, such as with Crystal Glen being the only way in and the only way out into the entire subdivision. So us on Brookfield, I think I can probably speak for everybody that lives on Brookfield, and the dead ends off of Brookfield, the no outlets off of Brookfield. We would like to see it stay just the same. We don't need through traffic. Personally, 3 doors down on the other side of the road, I have 4 grandchildren, and they're up and down the street, and we have lots of children on that street. And making that a through street, I am totally against. And that's really about all I have to say.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking time to be here.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition? Oh, could you give the clerk your green card too? Once you folks that speak, if you would give the clerk your green card, we'd appreciate it. Anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Yes.
Excuse me. My name is Doug Lay. I live on South Brookfield Drive, and I want to add on to what the gentleman just talked about, and also the applicant. I've read, believe it or not, 90% of all the regulations in the last couple of weeks. It's pretty dense reading, but it's good reading. I can't pinpoint, I can't find anywhere that defines collector road in context with the development itself. It seems to be that whatever you want to designate is called a collector road. Is that, can anybody answer that question for me?
Sir, when you finish with your questions, we're going to give the applicant a chance to rebut, and
Okay.
then staff as well.
So opening up South Brookfield Drive will expose, I counted them this morning, 49 homes which have direct access onto South Brookfield Drive. Right now, it's not a through street, and it complies with condition 11 of the application, which says no residential lots shall have access to a collector road. Now, if you open that up, it meets the common definition of a collector road. Because it's not designated as such, I don't think that makes a difference. It acts and it functions as a collector road when you open it up. Right now, it's not a through street, so you meet the conditions that are already there from the first application and that were continued on this application, that no residential lots shall have access. As I said, I counted them this morning, and there's 49 driveways that have access to South Brookfield Drive. I don't know where 88 lots come from. I guess I got a lot of new neighbors because I don't count that many. So I believe it's internally inconsistent in the way it's proposed, because, as I said, if you open up South Brookfield Drive, it functionally is a collector road, even though it's not designated as such by the applicant. Now, I'm not against the application. I think it's a well-planned development, but I think it needs to be consistently applied as to access, the internal access of the roads, and opening up South Brookfield Drive to traffic like that, as I said, is internally inconsistent with the bylaws and the application itself. So I would ask you to consider leaving that as a no outlet road for the reasons that I've stated. I guess that's basically my only.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We appreciate you being here.
Okay, thank you.
Is in perfect timing, too.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
I already filled out one of those.
Thank you, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to this? Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm John O'Connor, and I'm one of the people that recently submitted a letter into the jacket on this project. Our farm is directly up against the back southwest corner of that property. Mr. Stillwell was kind enough in the last meeting to give me all of this information. And from the photo he showed us tonight on the topography part of that, right at the end of his speech there, I don't know when that was taken, but under the current farmers that leased the property this last year when they planted the watermelon farms, that hole I told Mr. Stillwell about is no longer in there. It's not on that topography map. The farmers filled in the hole that was there with roots and removing all the ground and filling that hole. Basically, what I was trying to get across before was that hole during the rainy season was every bit of my chest or above. Obviously, I'm not going to go stand in it. And it was several football fields long and several football fields wide. This year, we jump ahead to this rainy season, Now the water is in our back pasture of our farm because it no longer has a hole or a depression to sit in. My concern is here with this is not with the original PUD program. I don't think that would be a problem whatsoever, but this really comes down to subdividing properties for this developer. If you allow this developer to subdivide what he has beyond what you've already approved, what happens to all the residents where we've been, as my wife and I have been sitting on the farm for, I think, about 25 years now? What about all of us that also would like to recoup our money, where you took our right to subdivide away? It doesn't mean I want to do that, but if you're going to do it for this developer, shouldn't you indeed turn around for everybody that it's an acre or more, and they have the same ability to subdivide? That's one of my points tonight. The other point is kind of ironic coming to this meeting. I know none of you were caught in this mess coming here tonight. 44 had 2 major accidents on the way here tonight. The only reason I got here, of all things, is getting back through neighborhoods and going around and able to make it to this meeting tonight. And I say that, Mr. Kennard, when you said earlier on the exit point, if that were indeed to go, you were to put this many people, again, this is only,
I know, I need to cut you off because we have to keep it fair for everybody. So.
Yes, sir.
But we got the gist of what you were saying, so thank you.
We're against it.
Thank you very much, we appreciate it. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to the applicants? Yes, sir, please come forward. Did you get a green card for him, ma'am? Yes, okay.
My name's Paul Daugherty. I live on the same street as the gentleman that you've just been hearing from. I live farther away from this area than he has. I've asked her to put that slide up there. If you'll notice the contours on that, the point of the 4.7 acres with the 27 houses going in, that is the highest point in the area. If you can read those contours, it's 120, 130 feet above sea level. Down in the drainage retention area, you can get elevations of 30, 35 feet above sea level. You have approximately a 100-foot drop across there. In the old PUD, you had a 50% ISR. It's now going to 0.65. You are increasing the coverage of roofs, roads, things like that that will increase the runoff tremendously. The soil types in this area, as shown in the contractor's application, are listed as lake, Candler, Arredondo, and yes, Kendrick soils up near some of these higher areas and on the 132 acres north of it. I worked as a soil core borer for the health department for 16 years. I can tell you that you can take about 2 inches of rain in 24 hours on terrain like that before it starts to saturate. August 2nd and 3rd of this year, my rain gauge at my home showed 8 inches of rain, and it wasn't a hurricane. My neighbor's driveway across the street had 1.5 feet of water across it. We can be flooded very easily right now by natural conditions. You pack them in like that, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it big time. The 132 acres north of that, Sterling LLC right now, there's no drainage plan shown for it at this time, but there's a natural divide that sort of separates it from this one, but the only low spot is on a church property of 20 acres north of mine. If they get the church to give them permission to run it down there, I'm gonna have a lake behind me, all right? The low corner of my property is 28 feet above sea level. I would like to know on the proposed drainage retention area if it will be built to a 100-year standard. I would like to not have my street flooded for 100 years. This is possible. The engineering can be done. The acreage is large and sufficient for average rainfall. Probably 95% of the time it might not even hold significant water. But when we get those hurricane events or a large soaking storm like we had less than 3 months ago, you're going to see that thing fill up fast when this is built out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here and taking the time to share your comments. Is there any other person that wishes to speak in opposition? Yes, ma'am. Did we get a green card from that gentleman as well? Okay, great.
It's already started.
No,
I should have walked faster.
No, we haven't started, I haven't seen it yet.
My name's Therese Thomas. I'm a
Yep,
current
yeah.
resident of Crystal Glen, and the biggest thing that we're opposed to is the smaller lot sizes. In addition to the runoff from all the rain, we're concerned with these smaller lot sizes. In our backyard right now, we have a beautiful view of a cow pasture, and we're not against development. We understand it was coming. But the smaller lot sizes and the concentration of the people in this small area, they keep talking about adding 27 lots, but really you can see they're doubling the size of the development. And the main road, Crystal Glen Drive, will have a lot more than whatever he said, 14 cars an hour. But we're disappointed that Mr. Fisher has varied from the original plat. We realize market changes and times have changed, but 50-foot lots as opposed to the 65-foot lots is quite a change. Some of the homes will be smaller. You have to understand what you want Citrus County to look like in the future. Is this the type of condensed housing and the type of family conditions that you would want in Citrus County? Or you can see the nice curving roads and cul-de-sacs of the existing community. It's not conducive to the layout of the existing community at all, and here it is, part of Crystal Glen. It's just phases 3 and 4. So we don't think it's conducive to, our neighborhood, and are disappointed in the size of the lots. The square feet of the buildings, I know he mentioned that some existing homes are in our community already, but they're not the majority. They're not. We're appreciative that Mr. Fisher's considering not finishing that stub-out road, because that is in my backyard about 20 feet from my pool. So we do appreciate that and his working with us on that. We do want you to consider the smaller lot sizes. It's already been platted for 65-foot lots and bigger. We hope that he would be more conducive to that prior plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to be here tonight. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Anyone else to speak in opposition? Third and final time. Okay, we are going to close the public hearing, and at this time, I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity to rebut and/or answer any questions from the public speakers that he'd like to.
Okay, very briefly. The ISR 65% is per code. It's not like we're deviating from code. The density at 2.6 units per acre is well below the authorized 4 as a matter of right, and well below the 6 that we could do if we did a PUD. So it's not like we've gone overboard here. Chapter 4 within the Land Development Code says if you have over 80 units that access a road, it's got to be 2 accesses. I don't know how to get around that, folks, and I'm just telling you, that's what your code says. Mr. Fisher didn't write the code. Mr. Fisher didn't create this situation. He bought this property after the fact. It's there. I do know that the current dead end, okay, doesn't even meet your safety access standards. They would require, if you were to do a dead end there, a half cul-de-sac at a minimum, or what we call a T, where the vehicles can come in, pull in like that, pull out, and go around. It doesn't even meet that. So I got a lot of sympathy for these folks, but you and I and the safety standards are there. And so that's, if you want to give him a pass, it's on you, not Mr. Fisher, I guess is what I'm saying here, okay? Because he doesn't have an issue here. It's not his responsibility. I'm just telling you what your code says.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kennard.
I'd like to hear from the attorney. Do we have the ability to keep it a cul-de-sac road?
Well, if we could, let him finish his rebuttal to everything he's heard, and then I'm going to bring the attorney in. So if you don't mind, if you can just
Yeah,
hold on to that
absolutely.
question. So please continue.
Well, and that brings us to the stormwater issue. And again, the letter I got said that the stormwater area was approximately 1.5 acres, and it's really 6.3 acres, no small area. But the basic facts is this: the common law says you can't increase your off-site discharge more than it exists in its natural state, and vice versa. The code says that if you're going to do a project, you're going to capture and retain the 100-year storm event. And that's what we're going to be held to. So, and this is a closed basin. That's another thing you need to understand here. This water that has accumulated in this extraordinary rainy season doesn't pop off and go down some stream and out into the Gulf of Mexico. It's a closed basin. And you've seen all around the county where you have these closed basins, this water has accumulated beyond the norm, and it's there and it's a problem. But the fact of the matter is, if you have an engineered system that is required to code, both Swift Mud and your engineering staff, you're talking about the 100-year storm event. 3/4 of an inch retention.
So that answers the one gentleman's question
Yes.
about the 100 years.
Okay?
Well, it's up to you, but there was also a question raised, I believe, about collector roads. Did you want to touch on that?
Well, okay, let's go back to your code again, Chapter 4, and you have a list, okay, of what is a collector road and what is not a collector road. And then you have the original PUD. And a collector road generally is somewhere between 80 and 100 feet in width, and that's what Crystal Glen Drive is. A local road is either 50 or 60 feet, depends on whether or not it has curb and gutter. If it has curb and gutter, it can be 50 feet. If it doesn't have curb and gutter, it's 60 feet. A local road has 22 feet worth of pavement. Crystal Glen, as a collector, has 26 feet of pavement, and that's true. So if you go to the code, you will find what is and is not a collector in this county. And the PUD labels it and has labeled it a collector road for a long time. And the difference is a local road serves residents and local traffic. This road, as it's designed, will service not only Crystal Glen phases 1, 2, 3, and 4, but remember the map and all of the circular, that is a collector road where it captures traffic from surrounding neighborhoods and puts it out at a spot in the 44. Cypress Boulevard, Oak Village, classic collector road. Oak Village Boulevard, classic collector road. Collects the local traffic and takes it out to an arterial.
And if I may, just give you this, I'm not trying to make your case for it, I just want want you to have a chance to answer the citizens' questions. One thing they might not be aware of is that when you talk about by right, you may want to explain, we understand this, but this would be your opportunity to explain it to the citizens, that right now, you could go out and do certain things right now without any approval, and what you're asking for, you're saying in some cases is a reduction as to what you're allowed to do.
Well, if you could rescind this PUD and just rescind it, come back and then put a project in at 6 units per acre, and you would meet every test under the plan and under the LDC. What Mr. Fisher has done is said, look, he's got other projects in this county. He's seen other projects in this county that are successful with these smaller lots. That's what the market is asking for. So he's grouped them in one area and surrounded them by the bigger lots so that they don't impact visually or market-wise the original Phase 1 project. You have to, it's a living, breathing development type process. You can't ignore what the market says, otherwise you're just going to plat lots and they're going to stagnate.
Okay, and Mr. Stewart, at this time, do you feel you've had an opportunity to rebut what the opposition spoke to, or not necessarily opposition, but what their concerns were?
Well, we've tried to address their concerns, and again, this emergency access, if it makes people feel better, it's certainly appropriate. I'm going to leave it to you on Brookfield, because again, it's not Mr. Fisher's responsibility.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for the applicant.
Just
Is
one
that
second. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Kennard first because he started, but at this time, thank you, Mr. Stillwell, don't go too far. This is now the commissioner's time to ask questions, and you can bring up anybody you want, and
Okay.
staff, the applicant, or whatever, okay? So Commissioner Kennard, you have the floor.
Yeah, if we have the ability to give them a pass, if you will, on making that a through road, I would really like to see that happen. This is big stuff happening in their neighborhood, and if they can retain that sense of safety, of security for kids up and down the road, riding bikes down the road, and that one way in and a turnaround and one way out is a deterrent to crime as well. I'd like to see us be able to give them a pass. I'm sure that's causing some unease and staff maybe, but I'd like to see us be able to do that.
Well, I think,
If we
were
could do
you
it.
going to question staff is that where you started earlier, I think said you wanted to ask
Yeah,
somebody something.
maybe we could ask staff if
That's
we've got
that's
the
your
ability to do
prerogative.
that.
Who's
All
you like
right?
that?
Yes, ma'am.
So the folks that would really be interested in those issues would be engineering and fire, neither of which are here and neither of which have had an opportunity to consider that. So that's where the rubber's going to meet the road, is if there are engineering standards that I don't profess to know all the engineering standards, and whether fire would need that. So, I mean, if you wanted to fashion it that, subject to, that the applicant could try to work it out with engineering and fire at the time of plating or something like that, that's the best we can do today, and I don't think they want to continue this, to bring it to staff to.
Let me say this, okay, this is a PUD, and it's an LDC standard. We deviate from LDC standards for good cause often. So what I would say to these folks is, if those folks on that street and the POA that's in their neighborhood, let them petition you and then go through the standards. Don't put the burden on Mr. Fisher. I think that gives them the opportunity to come back to you and say, hey.
The applicant is asking, I mean, it's the applicant asking you to approve this. We don't have any, the residents don't have any standing to go to engineering or to fire and ask those things. So I would say they comply with the standards, which they're trying to do, or they are proposing to do, and I don't think we have the right people here to deviate from that, so.
Mr. Kennard, you have the floor. Ask whatever you want, as much as you want.
If we had engineering and fire sitting right here in the room with us, they would give us input, but we would still have the ability. If they said, no, don't do this, we don't want you to do this, that's not the standard, we would still have the ability to do it, correct?
Well, I would say you don't have the ability to waive your law.
To deviate from the LDC?
I don't think the applicant is asking you to deviate
They're
from it.
not, I'm asking to do it.
I don't think that's within your purview. You don't have the ability to ask yourselves to waive the law. If the applicant wants you to waive the law, they can ask you to waive the law, but you can't unilaterally waive the law.
Oh, okay, that was what I was asking, if we have the ability to do that. And if you're telling me we do not have the ability to do that,
No.
no,
You're up.
I'm good.
Okay,
Yeah.
I need to jump up here because Commissioner Davis was next up. So.
I just had a question about market forces and whatnot. We keep hearing about we are desperately, desperately short on affordable homes. Do you have a sort of swamp math, to use one of my favorite expressions, on the differential in price between the 65 and the 50-foot lot setup?
believe I understand the question if I.
Could you just give us
My
your
name
name?
is Stephen Fisher. I think the question is
Sure.
there going to be a difference in price between a 65-foot lot and a 50-foot lot? The answer is yes, there will be a
It's a
difference
softball
in
question, I
price.
understand that.
So the question is, how much of a difference? And I hate to say it, but it could say, it depends. So it could be 25,000, it could be 50,000, it could be 100,000 potentially, because on a 65-foot lot, you can build on a two-story house, a very big house. On a 50-foot lot, you can build a two-story house, but you can't build as big
Sure.
a two-story house. So that amount could be varied depending on the size of the potential house.
I am very much in favor of additional attainable housing in the community, and that's why I gave you the softball question.
I'm
So
sorry, I don't have
wanted-
a simple
I wanted that out
answer.
in public, that is a good thing, that we're building on smaller lots.
I think so, and I have the biggest builder in the United States prepared to come in and build affordable housing, however you want to define affordable housing, but
Attainable.
very nice
Taste
affordable
and
housing.
tasteful.
Tasteful, affordable housing for the area, and with the growth expected in the area, that's what the market does want. But if I could answer your question, Commissioner, my lawyer might kill me, so if he does, I'm moving a
It's
little.
all right, mine
closer.
wants to all the time.
But I think us as the applicant recognize the concerns of the, let's call it the dead-end road.
Yep.
We don't have a position of wanting to change that, but in engineering, Joanna, we're probably gonna have to go with the rules, and if the commissioners tell us we can modify the rules, then I'm guessing the commissioners aren't gonna tell engineering and fire that it's okay. So my position is, I'm in favor of you wanting to do that for them, subject to fire, subject to county regulations and approvals. So
That's
if
gonna
you-
be my motion.
If that's what you want your motion to be, we would approve that. We want to understand the current situation, not change that.
Okay, let's hold on. Commissioner Davis still has the floor, so.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm done.
Oh, okay, you finished? Okay. Yes, sir.
Notice the lawyer tells his client to go sit down and be quiet.
Commissioner Slaybach, you had a
I
question?
can't do that. Yes, sir.
So I want to go back to what Stephen said. So if we submit these plans and we don't, and we show South Brookfield as is, okay? He's going to get turned down by engineering because they're going to say, the code says this. So you get me out of that dilemma, Commissioner. The cul-de-sac is.
Nope, just a second. We ask folks, don't speak from the audience. Go ahead.
Okay, there's two issues with Brookfield. It's over 80 units that access onto it, so therefore it has to have two access points in that area. That's one. And the second issue is the county doesn't allow a road with a cul-de-sac that long. That's also in your Public Works Manual in Chapter 4. So he's going to submit his construction plans, and if he doesn't show anything there at Brookfield as is, he will be turned down. And that's not his fault.
Right.
And I go back to what I said before. This is in phase one, there's a POA. The POA certainly has standing to file an application and come in front of you and say, hey, please modify it.
All right.
That's my answer. No, they make, I don't know. And in that process, okay, the engineering people will be here and they may say, fine. But I know.
Well, I certainly don't want to set a trap for them that they
Right.
run into trouble with it.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybach, you had a question.
I do. As far as the lots being very close, I agree with you that you can go to any of the areas and see Margaritaville. They're selling out like crazy. They're beautiful homes on very small lots and, 10 foot between. And they're done so tastefully that I don't consider that a problem. And this is what we need for attainable housing. I don't like affordable. I also think, so that's not something that trips me up. What trips me up is I want to be sure that the engineering and the stormwater is done properly so that after it's built, 6 months later, we find out that this acreage is getting unnecessary flooding because of the soil we have. And I think that's my first question. And then the second question is, I live in a neighborhood that has one entrance and one exit, and when there's an accident there, good luck getting to work. I can't open that fence because there's a lock on it.
It's supposed to be breakaway.
No.
Anything else?
No, I do want to answer your question about stormwater. Okay, so when we submit our construction plans, we have to submit an environmental resource permit under Rule 40D40 of the Florida Administrative Code for the Water Management District, 40D40 and 40D40. And that, that stormwater drainage plan, as approved by the regional Southwest Florida Water Management District, will be to the 100-year storm event.
Okay.
And their engineers are going to review it, and it's going to be submitted by our engineers, and it's going to be sealed. And then we bring it here, and then the county engineer is going to look at that plan, and they, trust me, they comment. They will make comments, and if they don't feel it's complete, and ask for additional information. So you're going to have the submitting engineer, the regional engineer, and your engineer are reviewing these stormwater drainage plans to ensure that those standards are met.
I just wanted you to say it twice so that they know that we're serious about protecting their property.
Okay.
And you are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Slaybach?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other questions this time from the board for the applicant, staff, or whatever? Staff, do we have anything that I guess my only comment that I would make about this is, in general, I think it's a good application. I'm uncomfortable with changing the law on the fly. I think what we need to do is we have an application, it's got 12 conditions. I think that's what we need to rule on tonight, okay? That's my thinking. I'll be happy to hear what staff has to say, but we get into trouble when we start making law changes on the fly and then coming back or whatever. So I think there's been multiple things discussed about what could happen in the community, but if it's okay with the board, I'd like to stick with what we can do tonight based on what the applicant submitted, right? So
I agree.
would staff disagree with that, or what's your thinking? I want to make sure the commissioners have all the information they need to have before we vote.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, Mr. Oliver, anything from you?
No, if you wanted to change that, my recommendation would be to continue this and bring it back.
And I don't think the applicant wants to do that, so, okay. And staff?
And just adding real quickly, stormwater, there's no relief in the conditions from stormwater standards. They will have to meet all county requirements.
Thank you.
So the only thing that potentially could be up in the road is the access issue and how that could be handled potentially down the road. One entrance, two, how long it's going to be, so on, right? So, I mean, we talked about, his position seems to be the POA can petition the county. He thinks they have standing to do that. If they did it, then I guess you all would make that determination at that time if they could do that or not. But what we need to do today is, I think, let the applicant leave here with a yes or a no based on their application. Would anybody disagree with that?
I agree.
Okay. I don't see anybody over there jumping up and down saying, no, don't do that. So, and this is the only thing I would like for us to do. We need somebody to make a motion to either approve or not approve.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion that we adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the ordinance for CPA AA PUD -21-12, Stephen Fisher for Crystal Glen Properties LLC, and direct the clerk to execute the ordinances.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Slaybach. Could I ask the motion maker in the second, could we include in the motion based on findings of fact and competent and substantial evidence?
Yes, based on both of that.
Okay, great.
I second that.
Okay, we get that, Madam Clerk? Okay. We've had public input. Now we have a motion. And it also includes 12 conditions. We brought that up, but I assume the motion also understands that includes the 12 conditions.
That was not stated in the motion.
Okay,
so if
would you
would
mind
like
putting that in the
to-
motion as well?
I would make a motion, I would include those 12 conditions in my motion, please.
I second that.
Okay, so we're good? We got it all cleaned up now. Okay, so we have a clear motion, and is there any other discussion by the board? Okay, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Kennard,
Aye.
Commissioner Slaybach,
Aye.
Commissioner Kitchen,
Aye.
and Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Thank you very much. It passes 4-0. We have completed the agenda items, and we're adjourned.
Thank you. Findings of fact